Welcome to News Now. It's Thursday, and you're taking a look there where we have some football today. The Cardinals are going to be hosting the Denver Broncos, and it's going to happen all on Fox 10 later today. But here's a preview, just a nice shot there of the stadium as we get ready for the Cardinals to try to make something happen. I know it seems like it could be a long season there for the Cardinals there. They need to pick it up, though. Pick up some pace, and let's get going. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome to News Now. It is Thursday. It's Friday Eve. Thank you so much for joining us. We have 2 hours of news coverage here for you on Fox 10 Extra. In just a little bit, Ron Hoon is going to join me. In the meantime, let's show you what the markets are doing right now. It is deep red, 292 down, 285. We'll continue to track that throughout the day here on Fox 10 Extra. But you know what's not down is the Mega Millions. We got a brand new number out for you for the jackpot. We're sitting now at $970 million. It went up by $70 million. Can you believe it there? So as it stands right now, $970 million for the jackpot tomorrow. Could it hit $1 billion before they draw the numbers? That is a very, very good possibility. So we'll continue to follow that. We'll talk with it to Ron just a little bit from now. But really, I want to get you an update on that story that we were following all afternoon yesterday and into the evening hours. It was that man that was stuck in a mine shaft for 2 days, about some 54 hours. We have an update here for you by our very own Matt Rodewald. Take a look at this.
It was in my mind all night and all day that what I was going to find.
Terry Schrader knew that something wasn't right when he didn't hear from his neighbor, his friend John Waddell.
As I pulled up in the truck, I could hear him hollering, help, help, you know.
Schrader's fears were confirmed. The 62-year-old veteran had fallen into the gold mine. He had been trapped for 48 hours, but it turns out he was not alone.
Is anything about rattlesnakes down there at all?
3 of them he said he killed, I guess.
Did they bite him?
No.
He killed 3 rattlesnakes?
Yeah.
While trapped down.
While he was laying down there for 2 days.
Despite no cell service in the area, Schrader was able to get some help, and the rescue operation took nearly 6 hours.
Main lines ready.
I've never seen anything like this. I've been around a few rescues, but nothing like this.
The Flight for Life helicopter has just lifted off after nearly 48 hours. A man trapped in a mine shaft just pulled out a couple of minutes ago here in the rural desert of western Arizona. And an IV administered to him very quickly, dehydrated and obviously in serious pain, but not life-threatening injuries, and it looks like he is going to be okay.
He's tough. You know, he's a tough guy.
Waddell didn't find any gold this week, but he certainly found a miracle. John Waddell had 2 broken legs. The 62-year-old veteran did not have any cell phone service for 54 hours. He killed 3 rattlesnakes, and he still survived all of that. He is very lucky to be alive tonight. Reporting from Aguila, Arizona, Matt Rodewald, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Matt, there. What a remarkable tale of survival there. And there could be a book coming out pretty soon there, no doubt, about just surviving in that very harsh conditions. Can you imagine being trapped in that? You're claustrophobic. You think, no way am I going to be able to get out of here. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and somehow, some way, he gets out there. So big thanks to all of the big rescue efforts that took place yesterday. I know it was tedious, but they got the guy out alive. That is the main story right there. All right, moving on here. Let's go out right now. I'm seeing this pop up on our screens here. This is in Aurora, Colorado right now. This is Vice President Mike Pence getting ready to land here. This is Air Force 2 getting ready. You can see getting close to landing near Aurora, Colorado right now. Let's see if we can listen in here at all. All right, so the vice president is going to be doing some campaigning, not only in Colorado today, but he's also going to be in Oklahoma as well, going to Tulsa there. So we are just, 20 plus days out from election time here. So now you see Air Force 2 getting ready. We're going to see this landing all live right here on News Now. And as I'm talking, Ron Hoon is coming to the set. So we're going to have him. Ron, how you doing today?
Just great, Michael. I saw a poll this morning from a state, actually from 2 different states, that really surprised me. And even if you're not, ladies and gentlemen, even if you're not that into politics, what is happening right now as we go in toward the final 2 weeks is so fascinating that it's kind of fun to pay attention.
Yeah.
Tennessee was a cakewalk for a Congresswoman named Marsha Blackburn, who wants to be the new Republican senator. But she has a Democratic challenger named Bredesen, who is really coming up on her fast. Now, this race in Tennessee, it is more of a red state. It clearly went for Trump in 2016, and you would think it would be a pretty easy hold for Republicans. Not that I actually don't think this had much impact on the race, Michael.
Yeah.
But this is the race that Taylor Swift decided to finally get involved in politics.
Yes, yeah. Right? We'll see if she's going to have any sort of
can you imagine if she if she did a concert in Chattanooga or Nashville or Knoxville, something like that. But this was the race that she decided to talk about. I actually don't believe that would be what's moving the polls. It's got to be whatever they're doing with the TV ads, because I mean those really do shape public opinion.
Sure.
But there's a state that you thought was going to be easy for the Republicans that is a 3-point race. It's basically within the margin of error. Blackburn at 47, her challenger at 44%. That is really interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
On the other hand, I was looking and following some information coming out of the state of New Jersey, which is about as blue-leaning a state as you're going to find.
Yes.
And they have a little bit of a hobbled candidate. I mean, he has had some questions about some of his past behavior. There was a criminal trial. He was acquitted, but his name is Bob Menendez, and people may be tired of him. We'll see.
That's true.
But that should be a senator in a blue state like New Jersey should be a cakewalk for the Democrats. But apparently that one's getting a little close as well.
Yeah, we're really seeing like a tug-of-war effect in several states, right?
We really are, and I think part of it has to do with voters. We already knew that Democrats were very engaged and motivated to get out and vote, and in recent weeks Republicans have been so as well. Is it the statements of the president trying to get people fired up and all these different rallies that he's done? Michael, so here you've got the vice president just landed in this is Colorado and then Oklahoma.
Yes.
So let me just tell you the places that the president has already done rallies just in recent weeks: Nevada, West Virginia, Kansas, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee. The list goes on and on and on. And he said, or his people said, he's going to get really engaged between Labor Day and Election Day.
Yeah, and they weren't kidding.
This 2-month time frame. And they really are not kidding.
No.
And now he's got the vice president. You know, here's a poor vice president. As John Adams once said, it's the worst job in D.C.
Yeah.
There is no job description. There's really nothing for you to do. But you're at the beck and call of the president. And I'm sure the president and his political advisors said, look, we actually need to hit the ground in some other areas as well. So we need some help in Colorado. We need some help in Oklahoma. Colorado's a real swing state, but Oklahoma is as red as they get.
Yeah.
So, again, fascinating, and the president's going to be spending, really focusing now for the rest of today and all of tomorrow on the West. Montana today and Arizona all day tomorrow. Yeah,
that's going to be some intense traveling there, no doubt.
And Mike, I think it's really interesting that, because I don't remember him ever doing this before anywhere. One rally in the same area, followed by another rally in a different part of town.
Yes.
That just shows you, well, okay, so we have 5 million people live here and our freeways are a mess, right?
Yeah.
Good luck. I mean, if you actually lived in the East Valley and you wanted to go to Glendale today, you know,
right,
in the afternoon with the traffic, or I mean tomorrow. Oh boy, you know, you probably would say forget it.
Yeah, you would.
And if you lived out in, say, the northwest part of town and you heard he was coming to Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, which is way out there on Power Road, you'd probably say forget it. So this is, to me, quite unique. I don't believe during the time that he's been president that I've heard of a situation where he's come to a city and done one rally and then within hours done another rally.
That's true.
Really interesting.
That is true. You really haven't seen that since 2016 when on the final day of campaigning,
yes,
he hit 5 states.
Oh, yeah.
But that was because it was a final push.
Right.
Yeah, this is unique because he's doing back-to-back. And how lucky for the supporters out here, holds it on a Friday.
Yes.
You could have a date night, followed by maybe you do dinner before.
Yeah.
MAGA rally later, or MAGA rally then dinner.
Right. Yeah. Now, there are some wives out there who would say, okay, honey, well, surprise me. Where are we going?
Yeah.
You know, some fancy dinner and then like a romantic meal somewhere. And maybe she's not into
well, we're going to a plane hangar.
Politics.
Yeah.
But there are so many people who actually, I mean, there are dating websites.
That's true.
Right? So, like, what, Date America Great Again?
Yeah,
or
make
whatever.
dating great again.
Make dating great again.
So when you swipe right, you're supposed to, when you connect with the person, finally, you're supposed to then not be worried that you know they're a Trump supporter, right?
There you are. Yeah.
But,
right. So, I mean, it's fascinating. Politics in 2018 is absolutely fascinating. These rallies will be really enjoyable, I think, to watch. We'll see what the specifics are, but I have a prediction, Mike. I do believe the border will be discussed.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's got this caravan that's coming all the way up from Honduras.
Yeah, you see those videos.
And you've got the president of Honduras out there making statements saying, I can't believe anybody would play politics with our situation.
Yeah.
When people are pointing the finger at him saying, you're the guy in charge of this country.
Right.
Create jobs.
Right.
Fix your economy. Right?
Now, how quickly are super PACs going to get that video and make it for some commercials?
Hey, a lot of that depends on what happens in the next 3 or 4 days, Mike, because supposedly Mexico, you know, they have their new leader, and even though he and President Trump are on the opposite sides politically, they seem to have a pretty good working relationship. Remember, Mexico and Canada got their deal done way before, I mean, Mexico and the U.S.
Yes.
Way before Canada ever did. So they have a pretty good working relationship, and it was announced out of Mexico that they are sending 2 plane loads full of extra border agents down to the border with Guatemala.
Oh, wow.
It looks like they're going to stop this caravan before it ever gets into Mexico.
Yeah.
And actually enforce their border laws and their immigration laws. So it may stop hundreds of miles before it even gets close to Nogales or El Paso or Yuma or wherever they were thinking about entering the U.S.
Sure, sure. I mean, I could just almost envision some of these super PAC commercials where they would show the Honduras people coming, and then they just ask a question at the end. Got a wall?
Yeah, well,
they could do that.
The president has said in the last 48 hours this needs to be an issue because I think he feels like he has tried to take steps, but the border wall's not getting built.
No.
All we've had really, frankly, honestly, is a dog and pony show. Right?
That's true.
Is some border wall prototypes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, out in San Diego.
But he can't get the funding out of Congress, and I think he feels like this was one thing, probably the number one thing I ran on in 2016. So, plus he knows it fires up the base.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Sure.
So, there you are.
And so we're seeing this landing in Colorado, but we're going to see a landing about 9:30 our time tonight.
Yeah.
President Trump coming in.
Yeah. And this is also interesting. I mean, he's going to be in Montana. He decided, well, I'll fly to Phoenix. We had heard, it's probably just a rumor, but there was some speculation that his first rally is not till 3 o'clock. Maybe he wants to play some golf tomorrow.
Sure.
We do have 200 amazing and outstanding golf courses.
Right.
And there are plenty of friends of his who probably would love to spend the morning something out on the golf course. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I put the email out to the White House team,
right,
saying, you know, I know he's going to be in town tomorrow.
Correct.
I know
I'm a
he's
scratch golfer.
Yeah. So I invited him on the News Now set.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Okay, so you sent an email, right?
And we'll see. We'll see. You know, tune in tomorrow, folks, if we have him.
I will just say, when he ran for president, his first big rally, I mean, they got a turnout of thousands of people, was in Phoenix at the Phoenix Convention Center.
Yep.
And he did a phoner with Fox 10 Arizona.
Look at that, see?
He was on the phone with Rick D'Amico.
Wow.
So he should, you know, if you remember where you came from,
right,
then he and his people should actually respond to your email. And if you have to bump me tomorrow because the president is coming on in, it's fine with me.
No, we would add you. We would add
okay,
you.
3 shot.
Yeah,
good
3 shot. And I think, you know what? I think he would like this setup.
He would like this setup. Now, what if Sarah Sanders shows? Then you got enough room for 4 up here? What?
Yeah, well, that'll be. We'll need some more mics, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well.
All right. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if they take us up on the offer.
That'd be awesome.
There we go. Yeah. All right, Ron. Thanks so much.
You bet.
Top stories here of the day. We're just getting started, and we're hoping that the market here is going to do a little change right now. Deep red, 330.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More news now, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Continuing to take a look at the markets right now, down 342 points. They're in the red. As always, we'll continue to check on this for you throughout the day right here on News Now. But happy Thursday to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Got 2 more hours here for you on Fox 10 Extra. And don't forget, everybody, gotta keep reminding everybody, we have the Cardinals game tonight, only on Fox 10. It's some Thursday night football. Arizona Cardinals, only get to see it on Fox 10. So please join us there a little bit later tonight. Gotta love some Thursday night football. It's like you don't want to wait till Sunday, so put a game on Thursday. We'll all watch it. That's going to be great. All right, next story up here. It's been a week now since that Soyuz abort launch had to happen, and an American astronaut was on the Soyuz hoping to get to space. It was his first time going to space, didn't get there, but luckily was able to survive that abort mission there. And the NASA administrator recently caught up with that astronaut. Let's listen into this. That's going to be great. All right, next story up here.
Astronaut Nick Hague who was our American hero who flew on the Russian Soyuz rocket that was in fact a mission failure, but really it was a success. He followed all the procedures, he did it in Russian, and he came home alive. The NASA family is exceptionally proud of his service, and today we have the opportunity to speak to him directly. Well, Nick, thank you for joining us. If you would, just share with us how you're feeling.
Yes, sir. Great to be with you. I'm feeling great. All things considered, being able to walk away from something like that with only a couple, bruises or bumps, physically, I'm doing awesome. Was actually able to enjoy some of the cool fall weather here in Houston and go out for a run with my wife this morning for a few miles, and feeling great.
That's wonderful to hear. Share with us, if you would, just walk through kind of what you experienced from launch all the way until touchdown.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So the first 2 minutes of the launch went completely per plan, and it was a smooth ride. During those first 2 minutes, as we're sitting there watching everything, monitoring everything, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, wow, this is everything I expected it to be. And it was, up until it became everything I didn't expect it to be. At that first stage separation, all of a sudden we were kind of violently shaken side to side and thrust back into our seats as the launch escape system ripped us away from the rocket. And as all of that's happening, you can imagine being shaken around. Your vision's a little blurry. I hear the alarm and I see the red light where the engine has had an emergency. And so at that point, it was a pretty vivid realization of that, hey, we're not going to make it to orbit today. We've been pulled off the rocket, and now we've got to land.
So at that point,
yeah.
Did you know that you had separated from the rocket, or did you just know that the rocket was having problems?
No, I knew we were away from the rocket at that point, and it's pretty clear in the way the procedures are laid out, what the next step is, and so Alexei and I just kind of both transitioned into, okay, we know we're coming back and we need to start executing these procedures. So there's a little bit of a time after the launch escape system has pulled you away, because based on that point in our trajectory, what pulled us away was actually the fairing that we were underneath and the rockets attached to it. So it pulled us away underneath that fairing, so we couldn't see outside yet. And it took about 30 seconds for us to then separate the capsule from that fairing, and then we could see out the windows. So those 30 seconds were probably the longest 30 seconds of the entire process, as you just try to process, what has transpired, where are we at, trying to assess, your condition and the state of the capsule, and then prepare for what you need to do over the next 15 minutes to get back down on the ground.
So I was watching a lot of the data and listening to the communications with Dmitry Rogozin, the head of Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, while this was going on. And I remember hearing at a point in time that you had a feeling of weightlessness. Was that pretty much soon after the launch abort system was activated?
Yeah, so as it rips us away from the rocket, at that point, once those thrusters are done, we're like if you throw a baseball up in the air, it's going to follow this ballistic trajectory. And so that feeling of weightlessness is kind of when we were peaking out and getting ready to fall back down to the earth. And I remember that well. For some reason, there's different memories and images that have really solidified in my mind. And I remember this small little piece of debris just kind of floating across in front of my face, and looking up and seeing our zero-G indicators just kind of floating there, and realizing that, hey, this must be what space is going to feel like, but yeah, not today.
And then the next thing I remember hearing was the interpreter who was interpreting Russian for me, because I don't speak Russian as you do. The interpreter, I heard her say 6.7 Gs, and that was the first time I really realized something was absolutely not right. So after a period of time you were weightless, Then the onset of G's as you do the ballistic reentry. Is that how long did that take before you got to that level?
Yeah, so that ball's coming down. Our capsule is falling back down to the earth, and the way it's going to slow down to get us to a point where we can open the chutes is just aerodynamic drag. And so those G's are the result of that drag. And it was probably, a handful of minutes before it started to really peak up. But luckily for us, the peak in G was not sustained for that long. It felt like we were at elevated G's for maybe 20 seconds or so. And we've done training in the centrifuge to higher levels than that, to 8 G's for 30 seconds. And so you're trained on how to properly breathe. It's not the same as my experience or as your experience in flying, flying aircraft in the military. Those G's are from your head to your rear end, and they try to pull the blood out of your head. These G's are coming straight at us, pushing down on our chest, and so it really is a matter of trying to learn how to keep your chest open so that you can take a breath of air in, and keeping those muscles flexed, and then trying to use your abdomen to move your diaphragm so that you can breathe in and out. But the training was great. It was everything I had expected to be able to do under that G load.
When I heard 6.7 G, and of course I was listening to the interpreter, but my recollection was that was your voice that was speaking. Is that correct?
Yeah, we were calling out all kinds of things at that moment. Alexei was primed for making communication with the ground, but we're talking to each other the whole time, and then when we're talking to each other, anytime he hits the transmit button, anything that we're saying from either position gets transmitted to the ground. So there's probably a few snippets of me talking back and forth to him, and it's the training kicks in. We spend a lot of time elbow to elbow crammed in that capsule practicing these situations.
Yeah.
And when I'm in Star City, all of that is in Russian. So
yeah.
It just becomes reflex.
Well, that was one thing that really took me by surprise, is I had to think how much duress you must be under, that obviously this is now a failed launch. The launch abort system has taken place. You're going from a 0 gravity position to a 6.7 gravity G position, and I remember thinking, everybody sounds calm, and you're still speaking in Russian, which means these are not unfamiliar to you. You have practiced this kind of thing before. And I was just kind of in awe of it all, because at no point did I hear you break into English, and yet you had to be wanting to say things in your own language.
There were a lot of things I probably wanted to say.
Right, but the world was watching, and so you controlled yourself. I see.
Well, no, you realize you're in a tough spot. And the thing that you can do to give yourself the highest chance of success is to just focus and stay calm and do the things that you were trained to do. Yeah. The guys at the Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City, it's a robust training system. They have put us through every possible failure. They put us through a failure, very similar to this with a rocket failure. So we've seen all of these, and it's just a matter of trying to harness the training that they've given us and put it into action. And so, I'd like to take credit for, being calm and collected and knowing exactly what to do. The real credit goes to all those instructors that have spent the last 2 years making sure I'd know what to do in those situations.
Well, Nick, we're all so proud of you and so impressed by what you've been able to do. Let me ask you, after going through a period of G's, at some point it had to start lessening as you went into a free fall within the atmosphere, followed by the deployment of the parachutes. What were you thinking at that time?
Yeah, so after the G's started to drop off, we were getting ready for the parachute deployment. I'd been told many times that so at that point, after that peak in G, it's a nominal landing. All of the actions that are going to occur are things that we've practiced hundreds of times. What we haven't practiced is all the physical sensations that go along with those nominal landings. And so I had a note written in my procedures, hey, when the parachute opens, there's going to be 5 to 6 G's of lateral side to side swinging back and forth. And so before the chute's open, we're trying to collect all of our loose items that are in the capsule and make sure that once this opens, those aren't going to become projectiles inside the capsule.
Yeah.
And prepping for that. After that opens, hey, we've got a good chute. Then it was a little bit of me looking out the window and trying to assess how high up we were, because normally we'd have the rescue forces circling around in helicopters giving us updates on our altitude. We'd also have an altimeter on the commander's arm that he would wear during landing. We didn't have those because you don't prep for those on launch. And so it was my eyeball out the window going, hey, I think we're at 10,000 feet, or hey, we're at 5,000 feet, and just kind of gauging as we were going down.
Yeah.
While I'm doing that, you know, Alexei is trying to make contact with the SAR forces and get them to our location so that we can get extracted as quick as possible.
And then right before touchdown, rockets fire, is that correct?
Yeah, so on a standard landing, they're called soft landing rockets. The soft landing thrusters help brace or help minimize some of that impact with the ground. You know, I got to tell you, for a nominal landing, it's still a pretty amazing sensation. I've heard recall it as riding a barrel off Niagara Falls, and I'd say that it's pretty close to that.
Wow.
We hit the ground. As soon as we hit the ground, Alexei cut the riser to the parachute so it wouldn't drag us, and then it felt like we bounced 2 or 3 times and tumbled, and then finally skidded to a stop. It was a rough ride, but I got to tell you, when we skidded to a stop and I looked out the window and it was about 12 inches from dirt, I was at that moment, it was a huge, sigh of relief, and I was like, okay, whew, we made it.
What was your communication to Alexei at that point?
We were grins ear to ear, looking at each other, giving each other a high five, and cracking a couple jokes about it being, a short flight or completely something unexpected. But it was just this sense of relief, being able to look each other eye to eye and knowing, okay, wow, we just survived that.
So how much were you hearing from Mission Control during this?
Yeah, so, as soon as we were extracted from the rocket and Alexei was reporting our condition, we were tied in, not with Mission Control in Moscow, which is where we would normally talk to once we've made it to orbit, but we're actually talking to flight controllers there in Baikonur. And so they were in contact with us. We were reporting that we were in good condition. We were trying to get their advice on the ballistic reentry and activating that mode, and they were able to provide that to Alexei. And then we just continued reporting down. So we had fairly good contact throughout the entire flight.
How long were you on the ground before the search and rescue crews got to where you were?
When we landed and we skidded to the stop, we were kind of hanging from our straps inside the capsule because of the way the capsule was oriented on the ground. And so we were trying to make the decision whether we were just going to hang there and wait for them to come get us, or we were going to try to open our buckles and maybe fall in the capsule and then try to figure out how to open the hatch when we're standing on top of it. The SAR forces had almost, within a minute or so of us being on the ground, they said they had visual on us and that they were going to be, on the order of 10, 20 minutes to get to us. I guess I'd never realized, so they had 3 pararescue jumpers that as soon as they had found where we were at, the plane circling over, they jumped in to get to us as quick as they could. And so it was a handful of minutes, and then somebody was tapping on the window next to me, giving me the, the OK symbol, and I was answering back with a big smile, and then they had the hatch open. So I was just amazed at their response, and that, you got to think that they haven't practiced, they practice this all the time, but they haven't had to put it to use in 35 years. And for them to just respond the way they did is a true testament to how serious they take their responsibilities and their job.
Well, it was an amazing day, and I know it was a mission failure. But it was as successful of a failure as you can possibly have. And I just hope you know, Nick, how proud your whole country is of you. I hope you know, I hope all of America knows how proud they should be of the agency, of NASA, of the engineers, the mission controllers, and of course the astronauts. I will tell you, this was my first launch as the NASA administrator for me to attend, and just to have the opportunity to see the Russian counterparts to America's crew just demonstrate such excitement when they realized that you were safe, that you were coming down safely, that you were going to land safely. Watching our engineers and our mission controllers embrace the Russian engineers and the Russian mission controllers, it was a sight to behold. And I know that before you launched, I had the opportunity to speak to you, and I said that your mission is not just one of science and discovery, it's not just of exploration, but it's one of diplomacy. And Nick, I can tell you that diplomacy was on full display, as we saw two nations that in many cases are not aligned, and in fact our interests diverge in so many ways. But when it comes to space exploration, we've always been able to put those things aside and work together hand in glove. And that was on full display. For me as the NASA administrator, to watch it was just amazing. And then once you guys got back to Baikonur, and I had the ability to see you firsthand and of course spend some time with your family, it was emotionally draining for others, probably even more than me, and certainly for you. But I will tell you, the relationship between the United States and Russia in space is probably as strong now as it's ever been. And your mission was truly a mission of diplomacy. So we are all so grateful for you. And I just hope all of America understands how amazing this NASA family is, because I got to see it firsthand really for the first time, and I was blown away. So thank you for what you do.
No, thank you, sir. I appreciate the kind words. I couldn't agree with you more. Being able to fly on a Soyuz and participate in all of that training and get that exposure to Russia and to the people that comprise the organization over there, I can tell you that I was not surprised by their support and how well they worked. It's on display every day over there, and it's just a privilege to be a part of that. I have to say that, for a first flight for me, it was extremely memorable. I'm sure you'll never forget it, but I would be remiss if I didn't invite you to my next flight, whenever that might be.
You can count on it. I will be there, and next time we will get you to the International Space Station.
Okay, sounds good.
Nick, you're an American hero, and our whole country is very proud of you. And you have an amazing family, and please share my regards with your wife and with your kids and with your mom and dad. It was amazing to see them as well, and they handled it with so much grace. It was incredible.
Will do, sir. I'll pass along your words.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for watching Watch This Space. I'm NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. You can follow me on Twitter @Jim Bridenstine. And of course, if you want to watch this again, you can do so at nasa.gov/watchthisSpace.
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. You're seeing markets really tumble right now, down 430 points there in the red. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to be talking to a Fox Business anchor live from Wall Street to explain what exactly is happening with this dramatic drop. We'll have more for you on that one in just a little bit. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us here on News Now today. I'm Mike Page. Happy Thursday for you. It's Friday Eve. We're getting excited here for the weekend. Hope everyone has some fun plans. Got to be loving this cool weather, too. Could be some possible rain showers coming this weekend as well. We'll get into that a little bit later as well. Thanks so much, though, for joining us here today. I do want to show you this one story of some prison inmates doing a positive thing to try to rehabilitate themselves. Take a listen to this.
The rehab of Idaho's damaged desert land is getting a big boost from Idaho inmates.
We have a crew of inmates that are boxing up the sagebrush seedlings that they've been growing for the last 6 months.
30,000 seedlings to be exact, all grown from seeds and ready to make a difference for a threatened species.
To help restore the sage grouse habitat.
And for the first time ever, the hard work of these female inmates is being rewarded with the opportunity to actually plant the seedlings at Lucky Peak.
A really nice way to bring it full circle, from them mixing up dirt and tending those little seedlings to actually putting their plants in the ground.
I think it's going to be fun. And it's just a whole new experience for all of us.
Beyond that, IDOC says the process of growing and prepping the plants gives these inmates some skills that can help them get jobs upon release.
Gives them an idea of things that they can do when they leave. We always are trying to encourage them to think about what life looks like when they leave here.
Roland Barris, 6 on your side.
All right there. Pretty interesting stuff there, no doubt. All right, next story here for you. We know about the Me Too movement that has been happening for a couple of years now, but one man went viral because he said him too. He started a him too movement. Take a listen at this story.
The next thing I know, it went super viral.
Worldwide recognition almost overnight.
My phone was on vibrate in my pocket and it's just going off crazy.
Peter Hansen says he was taking a test at UCF last week when his friends started sending screenshots of a tweet from his mom. It showed a picture of Peter posing, and after praising her son, it said he is a gentleman who respects women. He won't go on solo dates due to the current climate of false sexual accusations by radical feminists with an axe to grind. I vote, #HimToo.
And I'm like, oh gosh, Mom, what did you do?
Hansen says the tweet blew up online, but his mom has since taken it down. The Orlando man says he created his own Twitter account called That Was My Mom to respond.
That was my mom. Sometimes the people we love do things that hurt us without realizing it. Let's turn this around. I respect and believe women. I never have and never will support him too. I'm a proud Navy vet, cat dad, and ally. Also, Twitter, your meme game is on point.
Thousands of people following him almost immediately.
Yeah, I was in New York Times, Washington Post. Within about a half hour of me creating my Twitter account.
A lot of buzz over how he handled the situation.
Focusing on the good and positive and the things that unite us rather than pull us apart.
Coming out of a social media firestorm on top. In Orlando, Danielle Lama, Fox 35 News.
All right, another interesting story there, no doubt. A lot of people talking about that one, no doubt about, and especially because it went viral. All right, next story here we have for you. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo spoke outside of the White House today regarding that journalist killed there in Saudi Arabia. Let's listen to this one.
I had a chance to brief the president on the travels that I returned from last evening, where I had traveled both to Riyadh and Ankara. I had a chance to talk with in Riyadh with the king, with the crown prince, with the foreign minister, all of the United States counterparts there. We made clear to them that we take this matter with respect to Mr. Khashoggi very seriously. They made clear to me that they too understand the serious nature of the disappearance of Mr. Khashoggi. They also assured me that they will conduct a complete, thorough investigation of all of the facts surrounding Mr. Khashoggi, and that they will do so in a timely fashion. and that this report itself will be transparent for everyone to see, to ask questions about, and to inquire with respect to its thoroughness. And I told President Trump this morning that we ought to give them a few more days to complete that, so that we too have a complete understanding of the facts surrounding that, at which point we can make decisions about how or if the United States should respond to the incident surrounding Mr. Khashoggi. I think it's important for us all to remember too, we have a long, since 1932, a long strategic relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They continue to be an important counterterrorism partner. They have custody of the two holy sites. They are an important strategic alliance of the United States, and we need to be mindful of that as well. When I traveled and met with President Erdogan, he talked to me about the incident. He told me that they were conducting their own investigation. We had a chance to meet with some of the team involved with that. He assured me that they would share their results with the Saudis as well. So we do believe that between these two efforts, a complete picture will emerge for what actually transpired here. And we're working towards that. We're looking forward to that wrapping up quickly, and we expect that it will be done in that way.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
Why should Saudi Arabia be trusted to conduct a fair and impartial investigation when they're accused of the disappearance and apparent murder of Jamal Khashoggi?
So we're all going to get to see the work product. We're all going to get to see the response that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia takes with this. When we see that, we'll get a chance to determine, all of us will get a chance to make a determination with respect to the credibility and the work that went into that, whether it's truly accurate, fair, transparent in the very way that they made a personal commitment to me, and the Crown Prince also made a personal commitment to the President when he spoke to him, I believe it was night before last.
Mr. Secretary, there are a lot of stories out there right now about what happened.
Yeah, there are lots of.
Tell us anything.
There are lots of stories out there about what has happened. We just are going to allow the process to move forward, allow the facts to unfold, and as they unfold, as we make a determination for ourselves about what happened there based on the facts that are presented to us, the United States will determine what the appropriate response might be. Thank you all for your time today.
How long is there audio recording Jamal Khashoggi dead?
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We're seeing some market sell-off happening right here. We're down 425 points in the red in just about 10 minutes. We'll be talking to a Fox Business anchor talking about what exactly is happening here today. What's going on with the markets? We'll have that for you coming up in just a moment. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Welcome back to News Now. We're going to go out to New York, though, at the UN, where Nikki Haley making some comments there at the Security Council meeting. Let's listen into this.
Businesses that have been flooded.
What does Besiege Day celebrate?
The ground.
It is the day during the Iran-Iraq War when a 13-year-old boy strapped a live grenade to his body and leaped under an oncoming Iraqi tank. His name was Hussein Fahmideh. Child soldiers like Hussein were a horrifying feature of the Iran-Iraq War. Children were sent into battle with a plastic key to paradise hung around their necks. They were untrained and considered expendable. In wars between trained adult military forces, the numbers of wounded typically outnumber the dead. But the child soldiers of Iran were used as cannon fodder and as a human minesweeper. The dead far outpaced the wounded. According to the Iranians themselves, 36,000 school-aged children were killed and just under 3,000 were wounded in the Iran-Iraq War. So why does this history matter today? Some in the international community still labor under the misimpression that the Iranian regime might be a responsible international actor or might abide by the laws of a civilized society. Some think Tehran might care more about a better life for the people of Iran than about the forcible spread of the regime's power and influence. Many, many things about the Iranian regime contradict this premise. One of the most glaring is the continued use of children to fight and die in Iranian aggression abroad. The Tehran government long ago turned Hussein Fahmideh's death into a propaganda tool to recruit and train children for war. It continues to use this memory of its past barbarism to promote more barbarism. The use of child soldiers is a moral outrage that every civilized nation rejects, while Iran celebrates it. The Besieged Resistance Force is a paramilitary force operating under Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In addition to cracking down on dissidents and enforcing internal security in Iran, the Besieged indoctrinate school children and provide combat training to children as young as 12 years old. These children are then coerced into fighting abroad for the IRGC. Since at least early 2015, the Iranian regime has used the Besieged to recruit and train Iranian children to fight in Syria to support the brutal Assad regime. The Besieged also targets Afghan immigrants in Iran, some as young as 14 years old, to fight in Syria. The United States has followed the money that funds the recruitment, training, and coerced deployment of child soldiers in Iran. Earlier this week, we identified the sources of the Besieged's funding and took action to cut them off from the global economy and financial system. 2 days ago, the U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control imposed sanctions on a network of 20 Iranian corporations and financial institutions that provide funding for the Besieged Resistance Force. This network is deeply entrenched in the Iranian economy. It is comprised of multi-billion-dollar business interests operating in Iran's automotive, mining, metals, and banking industries. The network uses shell companies to hide the ownership of these interests. Many of the companies do substantial international business across the Middle East and Europe. The U.S. action targets banks, investment firms, and subsidiary mining and manufacturing companies. It includes the largest tractor manufacturing company in the Middle East and North Africa. It includes Iran's largest steel producer, which funnels millions of dollars each year to the Besieged and its financial network. Our Treasury Department has done impressive forensic accounting to uncover the hidden and overlapping networks of businesses and financial institutions that fund the Besieged forces' work. For anyone who cares to look, this is a perfect example of what is fueling the outrage of the Iranian people today. Iran's economy is increasingly devoted to funding Iranian repression at home and aggression abroad. In this case, Iranian big business and finance are funding the war crime of using child soldiers. This is crony terrorism. The Iranian people are rightly disgusted with it, and they are taking to the streets to protest. And to add insult to injury, the besieged are using the very money they have stolen from the people to forcibly shut down the protests and arrest the protesters. The designations announced by the U.S. Treasury Department extend beyond property or interests in the United States or in the possession of U.S. persons. Anyone who engages in transactions with these designated entities could themselves be designated, and any foreign financial institution that knowingly engages in transactions with these entities could themselves be subject to U.S. sanctions. The sanctions the United States is leveling against Iran are broad and deep, and for good reason. Any company or individual that does business with this Iranian network is complicit in sending children to die on the battlefields of Syria and elsewhere. The United States will do all we can to reverse the flow of international funds into the coffers of the Iranian regime. I thank everyone for listening today for their attention to this human rights crisis that is occurring in the heart of the Middle East. I urge my colleagues to join with the United States in helping to protect Iranian children from the government that is supposed to protect them. Thank you.
All right, and that was Nikki Haley speaking at the UN Security Council meeting. Taking a look here, down 451 points now. They're in the red. Continues to shake up throughout the day here. We are going to come back in just a couple of minutes here, right on News Now. We have one more hour coming up here, Fox 10 Extra. And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now, showing you a live look at the White House. Coming up at 11 o'clock here in Arizona. Welcome to News Now. We have one more hour here for you on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thursday. We're going to take you now out to Chicago right now, where there was a news conference earlier today of a lawsuit where sex abuse victims say that they allegedly were abused by Catholic priests throughout couple of years in the past, from the 70s, the 80s. Let's listen in to this right now.
And the conference, their organization, that each of them are a part of, in a conspiracy of silence, a conspiracy of secrecy, a conspiracy of self-protection and scandal avoidance that is causing a hazard and a danger in real time today. This lawsuit that each of these survivors have joined in bringing is to address that hazard and the choices that each of these bishops are making every single day in keeping secrets. Those secrets are the names of the offenders that they know to be in and out of ministry. Those secrets are those files that they have kept for decades that show not only the offenses against the children, but those top officials complicit in it that they have chosen to hide, past and present. This lawsuit and the survivors with whom we stand here today are here to sound an alarm. The alarm: danger, danger, danger. And this lawsuit and their courage in standing up and sharing their sorrow and their truth, it is designed to hold each bishop and their conference, which is their organization, accountable in disclosing the secrets that they've held, the dangers that they know of that are yet to be disclosed. This lawsuit is called public nuisance, or conspiracy to hide a public hazard. And the hazard is not just the offending priests, past and present, but those in positions of power that are complicit in those crimes, top officials. This lawsuit seeks the excavation and requires the disclosure of all of that information. Now, the Catholic bishops in Illinois have said, at least some of them, well, we've made some disclosures. And in a settlement that we made with the Archdiocese of Chicago some years ago, there were disclosures made of offenders they knew to be credibly accused. And when I point to, and Cindy, why don't you go over for a moment, stay right there, stay right here. When I point to the Catholic bishops here, the Archdiocese of Chicago has made a disclosure of what they call credibly accused offenders. And they've disclosed and listed that there are 68 credibly accused offenders. This lawsuit challenges this bishop and this Archbishop Stupish to come totally clean, because when they say there are 68 offenders credibly accused in the Archdiocese of Chicago, that's a half-truth. Why so? Because they have not disclosed the names of the offenders they know to be who are dead. And all the kids who they hurt, the sorrow and the pain is evergreen for them. That needs to be told, and that needs to be known. And in the 68 that they have disclosed, they've also chosen not to disclose the names of the offenders who were religious order priests, who actually were working in the Archdiocese at the time they offended kids. And they have chosen not to disclose those names. So the 68 disclosed and the information and files that we disgorged in a settlement made some years ago is not the full truth. Hazard, danger, half-truth. Similarly, in the Diocese of Joliet and Bishop Conlon, they've also made some disclosures. Similarly, not of the offenders deceased and not of the religious order of priests who have offended in the Diocese of Joliet. Half-truth. Non-disclosure.
All right, folks, we are going to go back to this, but in the meantime, we are going to get a live update on what is driving the stock market down big time. Red down 400 points there. We'll get a live update from the New York Stock Exchange coming up next. Hello, Susan. Susan, this is Mike Page from Phoenix.
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
All right, good.
Thank you.
All right, so we're just 2 minutes away. Susan, I'll introduce you, and we'll just do a talk back on what's driving the market down today.
Great, sure, no problem.
Thank you. $115 away. $30 out. $10 out. And welcome back to News Now, everybody. You're seeing a dramatic drop right here as we're looking at the stock market down about 333 points there. And now we are going to join on the New York Stock Exchange, where we find Susan Lee from Fox Business. Susan, what's driving the markets down today?
Hi there.
How you doing today?
Well, good. Well, you know, I know it looks like a big number. So we were down over 400 points just a few minutes ago. So this is a bit of recovery for the Dow Jones Industrials at this point. The S&P is still lower by 1.5%, and the big loser today is technology, and hence the Nasdaq is really feeling the brunt of the selling, down close to 2% at the session low. But today, you know, a lot of concerns that started this morning from the China's stock sell-off last night, so that already hurt sentiment kicking off this Thursday morning. Then we also had a European spike in yields as well, especially in Italian bonds. That had investors jittery. And then just today, 45 minutes ago, some commentary from the National Economic Advisor of the White House, that's Larry Kudlow, in a panel session in Washington, D.C., saying that there has been no further development and really no cooperation from the Chinese side in getting a trade deal. And as you know, the U.S. and China have one of the largest trading relationships. They would argue that probably the most important trading relationship in the world, at close to $600 billion in cross-border trade. So that has markets a little bit jittery as well. And then some news this morning, and news that Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin will be canceling his trip to Saudi Arabia on the news reports and the alleged murder of that Washington Post columnist. So all in all, there's a lot of factors at play, and hence we're looking at these declines.
All right, and Susan, is there any big companies that are going to be doing some earnings coming up that people are looking forward to want to see what's going to happen in the next couple of days?
Next couple of days this week, we are in the thick of a lot of earnings, a lot of the big blue chips on the Dow, as you see. A lot of technology names like Netflix have reported already this week. And this morning we had Travelers, which is a Dow component, one of the largest insurance groups. They did pretty well. But despite that, Travelers is seeing losses being sold off today. So yeah, earnings is still a factor, but I think it's more sentiment that's driving these market moves down.
All right there, Susan Lee reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange. Thanks so much, Susan. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, and we'll be back. More news now coming up next. All right, thanks so much, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
They have disclosed, they've also chosen not to disclose the names of the offenders who were religious order priests, who actually were working in the archdiocese at the time they offended kids. And they have chosen not to disclose those names. So the 68 disclosed, and the information and files.
Welcome back to News Now, everybody. We are again listening in Chicago, where this lawsuit just announced against the Chicago Catholic Archdiocese. Chicago survivors say they were abused by priests in the past. Let's listen in.
Conlon, they've also made some disclosures. Similarly, not of the offenders deceased, and not of the religious order of priests who have offended in the Diocese of Joliet. Half-truth. Non-disclosure. Then when we look at the Diocese of Peoria and Bishop Jenke, they have posted that there are 16 individual priests who they have deemed to be credibly accused of assault of minors who are not in ministry. What about the ones that have been accused that are in ministry? Bishop Jenke, danger. Danger. We have 3 other dioceses. We have Bishop Braxton in the Diocese of Belleville. Not one disclosure made by that bishop or his predecessors listing those that they deemed to even be credibly accused. Nothing. Silence. Bishop David Malloy, Diocese of Rockford. And in this lawsuit, the Diocese of Rockford is sued by 2 different survivors for their gross failures and their refusal to disclose the truth involving the hazard. And you'll hear more about that. Most importantly, Bishop Malloy in the Diocese of Rockford has not disclosed any lists of offenders accused or credibly accused. Nothing. Silence. Secrecy. Suppression of truth they know to be. And then we have Bishop Thomas Paprocki, formerly of the Archdiocese of Chicago, who is the Bishop of the Diocese of Springfield, and also no disclosure at all. Nothing. Nothing listed on their website. Never have made known anything public about any of the offenders. 3 dioceses with no disclosure, 3 others with partial disclosure, danger, danger, danger. When we refer to Bishop Paprocki, we also see not only in their actions and the choices they've made to keep secrets, we see in their words an attitude. It is Bishop Paprocki who said, "It is the devil who is the principal force behind survivors coming forward." It is the devil. Cindy, you're coming forward today. Are you the devil? Darren, you're coming forward today. Are you? Josh? What do you want?
For this to finally be over with.
You want it to be over with? You want the truth? So, hear that, Paprocki. Hear that. Archbishop Cardinal Blaise Supich, fairly new on the scene in Chicago, but it's also the same Cardinal Archbishop that said to the community of faith in the public, more recently, quite recently, that the Pope has a bigger agenda than abuse. To get on with other things, and we're not going down a rabbit hole. Those are his words. This lawsuit, and these survivors are standing here today to demand the truth. That this isn't a rabbit hole and they're not the devil. All they want is the truth known so that kids can be protected. And they want these bishops to come clean and stop hiding and concealing the actual truth and the danger that is present in real time. And so with those words, I'd like to start with you, Darren, and have you come forward and introduce yourself. And Cindy, stand with me here.
Hi there, I'm Darren Buckman. I was sexually abused by Father Anderson probably 38 years ago.
Hold up that picture of yourself.
He took away my manhood and my childhood. I knew I had to come to this so no other one would be sexually abused again, especially in the Catholic diocese. I'm very fortunate to meet some other survivors, and I had called the lawyer, Jeff and Mark here, probably about 2.5 years ago, and I am still waiting for a response back from Peoria.
Darren, you are holding a picture of yourself as a kid at the time you were violated by this priest, John Anderson, right?
Yes.
John Anderson is alive. John Anderson is retired with faculties. Darren Buckman called us 2.5 years ago and said, I was violated. I was assaulted by this priest, and he identified him. We immediately contacted the Diocese of Rockford. We immediately contacted Bishop Jenke and his chancellor, Patricia Gibson. We demanded answers that Darren wanted about the priest and what they knew. We demanded that they address him and respond to his concerns and to get information. And every response that we sent to Patricia Gibson and Bishop Jenke was ignored. 2 years ignored. How'd that make you feel?
Rejected. You got to remember, once something happens like this, what comes into most things is blame. My fault. Depression, anxiety, alcoholism. It's part of the avenue of coping with what had happened.
Well, Darren, you are joined as among the other 3 survivors here in this action. And what you're seeking from Bishop Jenke and that diocese of Rockford is for them to just come clean and tell the truth.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, I said Rockford is Peoria. Peoria. Bishop Jenke in Peoria, Patricia Gibson, Chancellor in Peoria. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Darren. Cindy, I'd like you to come forward and introduce yourself and then tell us more.
I am Cindy Yesko, and this is me at 6 years old, around the age when I was abused, sexually abused, by 2 different priests. And there was a bishop at the time who knew about it.
And I'm holding up pictures of 2 different priests that you have referred to in a complaint. And they are Father Stanley Junker and Father Louis Schlangen. How do you pronounce this?
Schlangen.
Schlangen. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So, at the time, I was too little to do anything about it. I was really scared, and it was overwhelming. I remember clearly in the late 80s, in my late teens, early 20s, I said, someday I will be healthy enough and I will be healed enough that I'm going to do something about this. But for right now, I just need to heal. I just need to get myself better so that I can stand someday, because this is a problem. It is a problem because I was not the only child who was unsafe. There were many, many children who were unsafe, and it is still going on, and our children are not protected. And so in 2006, I went forward to the bishop in my diocese where this happened.
And this is the Diocese of Springfield.
Yes.
And it was then Bishop Lucas. And Diocese of Springfield currently is Bishop Paprocki, yes, the one that ascribed survivors coming forward to be devils. And in the Diocese of Springfield, when you came forward in 2006, it was then Bishop Lucas. Yes. What was the response of the diocese and the bishop to your truth that you were willing to share with him as an adult in 2006?
So I shared my entire story in 2006 in the summer. And it wasn't until summer of 2007 I got any response. And the response was, we want you to have a meeting with Bishop Lucas, and it's going to be an apology and an acknowledgement. And I went into that meeting prepared for that. And what happened instead was I was seated at a conference table, and he was across from me, and he stared at me in silence, not saying a word, until I began to squirm and cry, and then eventually start to shut down. And I thought to myself, this is wrong, and I need to find my voice to say this is wrong. So I had one side of my brain saying, wait, I'm a victim, and this is really bad, what's happening to me right now is dangerous. It was bad enough it happened when I was this year, 6 years old, but now I'm being intimidated as an adult. And I had another side of me saying, wait, I'm being traumatized again. This is a second trauma. And I'm going to find my voice to say no. Because when I was this age, I had no resources. I was just a little child. I couldn't stand up to anybody. Look at me. How was I going to do that? And so I said to Bishop Lucas, this is wrong. What you are doing is wrong. I came here thinking this was an apology and an acknowledgement for what I went through. And the only reason I came forward was because there are children that are being hurt. This man, Father Lou, is still alive. He was dead. I knew he wasn't going to hurt anyone else. He had the potential to be hurting children. And I said, worse, he's a pastor in a parish with children. And you let a whole year pass since I came forward. This is dangerous. Please help.
He was alive at that time, now deceased, but remained a pastor. And after you met with Bishop Lucas seeking both apology and action, what was Bishop Lucas's response, and what action did he take?
No response. No action.
And can you say the year again? What year was that?
In 2007, when I finally met with him.
So not 30 years ago.
No.
2007.
2007. No response. No action.
And there was another woman that preceded you that gave a similar account.
That is correct.
To the diocese and to the bishop.
That is correct.
Right before and about the same time that you did.
Right.
And to this day, you have never gotten acknowledgement, apology, or anything amounting to action by the then Bishop Lucas or the current bishop in the Diocese of Springfield, right?
That's correct.
And so, what do you want to have happen here as a result of this action you're taking today, Cindy Yesco?
So I want to call on all of the bishops for help. Please help. This is a situation that can be changed. This is not a situation that we need to have stay like this. There is something that can be done. There are vulnerable children still out there, and there are predator priests in ministry, active ministry, who have access to those children. And complaints have been made against them already, but the information is not transparent. And bishops, I do not believe that when you came into this world, you came here to cover all of this up and to look the other way as children are being hurt. You're the leaders of the flock. Please do the right thing. You're the leaders of the flock. Please do the right thing.
Catholic bishops in Illinois, hear that plea. It's a simple plea. It's a simple plea to be a part of the solution instead of the problem. Bishops in Illinois, from Springfield to Peoria to Rockford to Joliet to Belleville and across the state, hear the plea. And to be a part of the solution and not the problem is so simple. It's what you preach, the simplicity of truth. And all these survivors, and each of them that stand with us, and in this lawsuit, what is you and your organization to stop conspiring to hide the truth and simply say the truth and speak it authentically. Because when you do, and when we force you to, because we will, if you don't, healing can begin and the communities are a little safer. Thank you, Cindy Esco. Darren. Josh, I want you to come forward for a moment and introduce yourself And before you do, I want to go back to no, I'm gonna have you go. And do you have your picture? Why don't you grab that?
Hiding right there. I think it's upside down.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, introduce yourself and tell us what we need to know.
My name is Josh Bowman, and I'm here because during the sacrament of confession, when I was 12 years old, I was raped by a priest named Peter Kohler. And I just want to continuously say the message that anybody that was abused by anybody to come forward, because what happened to you is happening right now to some other child or some other person, and they need all the help they can get. With great power comes great responsibility.
And as a kid at the age of 12, in the sacrament of confession, and any Catholic knows how powerful the priest is over the penitent, in this case, you, a 12-year-old boy, is. And when this priest raped and violated you, you couldn't tell. But you have today. And from this trauma, and you stand with us today, Josh Bowman, what do you want the bishops to do?
To finally completely come clean and not any partial truths, nothing, just clean slate completely, and get every,
Simply tell the truth and show the people what they have about the dangers that exist, right?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to share with us?
No, thank you.
Josh Bowman, we thank you for standing up and standing with these courageous survivors. We have one other sorrow to share, because it's a part of this lawsuit, and it's on behalf of a survivor identified in the lawsuit as John Doe 595. He's not identified because he made the choice to stay private and preserve his own privacy. And he wants, as do we, every survivor out there to know you can come forward. The same way Doe 595 has. You can share your secrets. You can take action. And you can maintain your privacy and remain a Jane Doe or a John Doe. In this case, Darren, Josh, and Cindy chose to use their names, and John Doe chose to not. And 98% of the survivors with whom we work and have for the last decades choose to remain silent and private, at least as to their identity. And I just want folks to know that John Doe did come forward, joined in this suit. He's identified as 595. The priest that offended him is this priest, Monsignor Charles Beebe, B-E-E-B-E. Monsignor Beebe is alive. Monsignor Beebe is in ministry. And he is in ministry as we speak in the Diocese of Peoria. Bishop Jenke. Bishop Jenke. How dare you? Gratitude to Doe 595 and every other survivor that comes forward and is willing to share the secret and take some action to make the community safer, because they're not. With these bishops making these choices and these decisions to hide offenders, to keep secrets, not disclose the information they have about who the offenders are, where the risks are and who's been complicit in those crimes, and the files that they have, and that each of these bishops keep secret in their chancery. And under the Code of Canon Law and orders from the Vatican, each of them have files on every offender, and they keep those files secret. This lawsuit seeks to disgorge the pertinent information about the actual dangers, not just who the offenders are, but who is complicit in the crimes as they have been occurring in the past and are occurring in the present. Because all these survivors want, and all we seek today through this lawsuit, is a measure of truth. And not a partial truth, not a half-truth, and not deflection, not deception, or denial, which is what each of these folks have experienced when they came forward. But the simplicity of the truth and the power that can bring in helping them heal and other survivors like them, and the knowledge that other kids will be protected. Very simple. Mark Perlman.
Thank you. My name is Mark Perlman. I am honored to be here with these very courageous survivors today on this very, very important day. I just have a few comments to add. A couple of months ago now, the grand jury report from Pennsylvania came out, and the reaction from the public was shock. And frankly, Jeff and I, and those that we represent, the survivors, weren't shocked at all. The only thing in that grand jury report were things we've known for decades. The grand jury report from Pennsylvania set out the playbook, and you could erase the name Pennsylvania and put in Illinois, because it's the same playbook these gentlemen follow. And if we were in New York or California, it's the same playbook. This has been going on for decades, and people have been aware and are outraged by the perpetrators of these crimes, as are we. Equally disturbing, if not more disturbing, is the fact that the people in leadership, these gentlemen who knew about it, allowed it, transferred these perpetrators to do it more again and again and again, and lied about it. That's more disturbing. These gentlemen are supposed to know better. We know that 1 of 5 children, 20 out of 100, is sexually abused. So whatever number's out there, multiply it by many, many times. And those statistics are skewed because we also know that of the 1 or 2 of 20 that come forward, in minority cultures and populations, the number's far less. In the African American community, in the Hispanic community. And today is about protecting children, making sure these gentlemen do what they're supposed to do, and reaching out to all those that are suffering in silence to let them know it's safe. You could come forward. You could use your name or not use your name. But there is a community out here ready and prepared to stand with you and help you. Thank you.
The grand jury report in Pennsylvania referred to a playbook. That same playbook is employed by every bishop across this country and has been used and continues to be in so many ways by the Catholic bishops in Illinois. Thus, their whole organization is sued for conspiracy here in maintaining a public nuisance, past and present. I think it needs to be noted that while the Archdiocese of Chicago, under a settlement that we made with them 5 years ago, where they disclosed a whole bunch of files and disclosed a whole bunch of offenders, that was progress, and we made that deal with them. But it also needs to be known today, and said today, as it is in this lawsuit, that their disclosure of 68 offenders credibly accused is not enough. It's a half-truth. In the Archdiocese of Chicago, the Archdiocese of St. Paul, Minneapolis, when we sued them for nuisance, for just as these survivors did. At that time, they had disclosed 30 offenders. By the time we got to court and got a court order requiring a full and complete disclosure, the number went to 91 or 99, more than 3 times. So when we see the number 68 in Chicago, we know it's not the order priest, we know it's not the deceased priest, and we know it's underreported. Same goes with the Diocese of Joliet. They've identified 35. We know it's underreported. And how many is it as important as what they're going to do about it and what we're going to make them do about this. Similarly with the others, the disclosure made by the Diocese of Peoria and Bishop Jenke in saying there are 16 not in ministry. Well, what about the ones that are? BB is one. The reality is there's grave danger in Illinois. The Catholic bishops are the ones that have made the conscious choices. And they have the power to do something about it. These survivors have the power to share their truth and take legal action. And it's very unfortunate that it's the survivors that are doing the cleanup. But the reality is that it's the courage of the survivors that are causing changes to be made. And it's a lack of courage by the bishops that are causing them to keep the secrets and hide the truth. That's the truth. Thank you all.
Yeah, one more comment. I get asked often whether anything has changed. And the answer is a little bit, but not nearly enough. A little bit. And one of the problems is that when you have the leaders of these institutions, these dioceses, making comments like Bishop Papriki did, or that Cardinal Supich did, that this is a distraction, that there's a bigger agenda, the sex abuse is a distraction, or calling survivors devils, how can there be real change if the leader of your institution doesn't believe in it? And until they come clean, own it, and stop making those kind of comments, no real change is going to happen.
This has gone longer than we expected. We'll open it up for questions.
In Illinois, the Attorney General is a task force with me. Have you been in contact with her? Are you aware of any progress? And are you working with her as well?
So the question is, in Illinois, the Attorney General has set up an investigation and a task force, and it appears to be quite rigorous. And the question is, are we working with them?
Yeah.
We know that they're working hard, and for today, we will tell you that we know they're working hard and have demonstrated some rigor, and I think that's what we'll say about that today. And I'll also say that there are a number of attorney generals and law enforcement across the U.S. now that have begun to investigate, and we see promise, great promise, in what the Attorney General in Illinois is doing as we speak.
Do you think Cardinal Supich should step down?
Do I think Cardinal Supich should step down? I think every single bishop that has made the conscious choice to hide the truth, to harbor offenders, present and past, and then refer to survivors the way he has, and claim that the Pope has a higher agenda than dealing with the sexual abuse scandal, and that to say that the Pope needs to get on with other things, and then to say that they're not going to go down this rabbit hole, for him to demonstrate and say those words, that attitude in real time today, he does not deserve to hold that position until he comes clean and discloses all those secrets. And then once he does and demonstrates who he knows to be complicit and reflected in the files and in his possession and kept secret, then maybe he deserves to be reinstated. But not until then. He's got to come clean. Then he may deserve consideration for that. That's our view. That's the view of any survivor that knows what they've had to endure because of the culture of secrecy that he's a part of. And that's a demonstration of a culture of denial.
Why a public nuisance lawsuit rather than suing for the conduct?
Well, the public nuisance, the question is why the public nuisance lawsuit? As opposed to for the conduct itself. In some of these cases, the conduct itself is also got a separate claim for damages. But in Cindy Yesko's case, and in all these cases, the gravamen of this complaint and why they filed together is for public nuisance. That is the maintenance of a current public hazard. And what we know in the law and our own experience in other states, Minnesota, California, and other places, through public nuisance, we can force these bishops to do something they have refused to do. And that is disclose the names and the identities of the offenders that they know have offended children, past and present. We know through the public nuisance lawsuits that we have brought and we are bringing here that we can force them to turn over files that show the commission of these crimes and what top officials were complicit in them. And then we can turn those files over to law enforcement so those complicit can be investigated and those who have committed the crimes can be investigated. And thus, we believe that public nuisance is the most powerful law club we have in civil law that we've been able to use in these cases to force them to do the simple thing of disclosing and disgorging the truth that they themselves have no capacity to do, as demonstrated by their conduct.
So there's broader relief and broader remedies.
Yeah. Quite simply, we can ask the court to order it, and that's exactly what we're doing.
With the priest in Peoria, since he's alive, has he ever been investigated for sexual abuse, and should he be arrested and prosecuted for that?
Well, the priest that's alive and in Peoria, Beebe, who has just been outed here today, should he be prosecuted and should he be investigated? And should the Diocese of Peoria and Bishop Jenke and Patricia Gibson, the Chancellor, come clean about that? Of course, that's what this lawsuit seeks. And action is required. And kids aren't safe while they're continuing the secrecy.
I know Darren touched on it, but can some of the survivors talk about how the abuse has affected their lives going into adulthood and how it's affected their lives?
Well, one of the things we've chosen to do today, and the survivors chose to do today, is talk about why they're standing up and why they chose to bring this action working with us to address that instead of individually talking about the horrors they've lived and endured.
Just how it has affected them.
Yeah.
I'm not asking them to go into the details of what happened to them, but how it's affected them to this day.
Well, I think I'd like one of you to talk, Cindy, about how it's affecting you to this day, knowing that they're doing what they're doing. Why don't you address that?
So I already shared that when I was 20 years old, I said, I'm not healthy enough, I'm not healed enough to do something about this. I need to get myself better. Because this devastated me on all levels, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, every which way. But that's when I was 20. And how it affected me is I woke up every single morning saying, God, help me heal more today so that I can be ready when that day comes, when I get to stand somewhere. I don't know where, I don't know how you're going to make it happen. I don't know how the opportunity is going to arise for me, but someday I will stand and I will work to protect the children who are still being hurt. And so it affected me by igniting a passion in my heart to protect kids that I don't know if I would have had otherwise. Maybe, but this pushed it along to the point where I am passionate that this has to happen. Children do not need to get hurt this way. It's a lifelong sentence of healing.
And Cindy Yesko, it deserves to be emphasized that your suit in this case is for the public nuisance only.
Correct.
Does not seek any damages.
Correct.
But seeks only abatement of the nuisance.
Yes.
And that means demanding that the court order them to comply with orders of disclosure and to come clean. And to that end, as you know, they're keeping secrets. And as you know, Bishop Lucas denied your plea for acknowledgement and stood silent and continued as he had in 2006 and 2007 to the present. How is that affecting you today as you work on your own recovery, knowing that he chose to ignore you then, and the bishop currently continues to the same practices he employed when you came forward?
So I absolutely love the Catholic Church. It is my heart's home. I was not the kind of kid who went to church and just tuned it out. I memorized everything. And I said it back to myself, and I said those prayers in earnest. And when those blessings came on me at the end of Mass, I knew that they were for me, from God, from my God. And how this has changed me is I don't have a safe home anymore in my church. The church is not the building, and it's not the people. It's much bigger than that, thank God. But I can't worship in the building the way that I used to be able to before I met with Bishop Lucas. I went to him in full faith that he would do something. I was absolutely shocked at the response. I expected him to take action. I was beside myself after that. And I realized the church is not safe for anyone anymore. Because I think about the priests who are in there. There are innocent priests who are not part of this, who are being looked at sideways as well. Nobody knows what's safe and what's not safe anymore.
So you continue to worry?
I worry all the time.
And this is a final note, and I want to make it because one of the cases here also names the La Salette Missionary Fathers. They are members of a religious order. And it was the priest that abused you, Josh. Correct?
Yes.
And it was that priest that abused him that was a member of a religious order, the La Salette Fathers, in the diocese at the time, assigned at the time. So this lawsuit also seeks and requires them to come clean, not only with the history of the offender we know violated Josh, but any other they know to be in their files. And so this is an exhortation and a warning to all the other religious orders who have priests assigned in all these dioceses in Illinois, because there are a lot of them. Come clean. Make the disclosure. Because if you don't, the survivors and we are coming at you until it's done. Because kids aren't safe until you do. Thanks all. Thanks.
right, everybody, welcome back to News and Now. You're taking a live look right outside of State Farm Stadium, where the Arizona Cardinals taking on the Denver Broncos tonight. And we have Pilar Arias coming up as News Now continues.
Absolutely. Mike, traffic is flowing well there.
Yeah, and it won't be in about, well, let's say, about 4 hours here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All eyes are on Arizona now. In the Valley, we've got sports, the Cardinals game, Thursday Night Football, broadcasting on Fox 10.
Yes.
And then we have President Trump getting in tonight at Sky Harbor around 9:30. We're going to stream that on Facebook, by the way. We won't have it on YouTube. But coming up on the stream, we got some top stories, of course. Still missing that teenager out of Wisconsin.
Oh, boy, that's so sad.
We've been covering it all week, so we got the latest update there. And then, of course, business briefs. Turns out some burger joints were graded yesterday in terms of their beef quality.
Oh, like fast food joints?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll have that update.
Boy, I hope Wendy's is okay. I hope Wendy's is okay.
You like Wendy's?
Yeah, that's my go-to.
And then an Idaho solar-powered winery. We'll have that all coming up on the YouTube stream, so please join us.
All right. Thanks so much, Pilar. That is coming up. Remember, News Now streams all the way until 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you so much, Pilar. All right. Here's one more look. Let's give you one more look at how the market is doing. I'll give you a hint. It's red. It's been red all day today, down 326 points, but it's going into the final hour of trading. Can it make a comeback? We'll see if it could lessen some of those lows right here. So thanks so much for joining us here today. Fox 10 Extra on this Friday Eve. We get to do it one more time for you on tomorrow. Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much, and we will see you all tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.
All right, everybody. Good afternoon. Pilar Arias hopping onto the News Now set here, getting everything all ready to go for the next hour and a half until Mike rejoins us here. I will officially say hello in just a moment as soon as I get these stories ready for you that we just talked about. What is your favorite burger joint? Fast food or not, it doesn't matter. It could be a local place, you know. I remember my favorite burger from when I lived in El Paso, Texas. I still think about it quite often and hoping to get back there soon. But let me get these stories ready for you. We'll chat about each of them, of course, as usual. Hope you're having a fabulous day. I know a lot of people out there are hoping this big board just shifts directions and all of a sudden shoots green. I know a lot of people are hoping for that. All right, of course, I'm taking a look at some of your YouTube chat comments because we like to open the dialogue and speak with each other, get to know each other a little bit better every day. And Mike just got some kudos from one viewer saying great broadcast on Fox 10 Extra. Channel 45, Cable 9 if you're here in Arizona. It'd be wonderful for you to join us on television as well. I know a lot of the times I have the stream going like just on YouTube, and then I also have the broadcast on TV. You got to watch it both. It's kind of different when there's commercials and other stuff going on. Anyway, getting those top stories ready for you. One viewer asking, Fox 10 Extra is on Channel 45, Cable 9. If you're here in Arizona, you can tune in. All right, I am here to properly and officially say hello. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. We call Thursdays that because it's the day before Friday. I know when we first started saying it, a lot of people were like, Friday Eve, like Friday evening? No, Friday Eve, like the day before Friday. I know a lot of us are excited for the weekend. What are your plans? What are you going to be doing? Feel free to let all of us know on the YouTube chat. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. Happy to be with you and bring you some of the day's top stories and headlines. We normally start with the serious news and move on to the lighter news. Well, I want to start on a good note today. Positive, good vibes. Start with a talker that's in the Fox Business Briefs that I know a lot of my friends were talking about on social media yesterday. Turns out some burger joints that people frequent quite often, well, their beef, yeah. What's in the burger, what the burger's made of? The beef, right? They were graded as to how well the quality is. So let's find out the latest, and then I would like to read some of your YouTube comments afterwards. Let's get to it.
Nearly all major U.S. burger chains get a failing grade when it comes to using antibiotics in their beef. McDonald's, Burger King, and White Castle among the chains getting an F in the 2018 Chain Reaction Report. Only Shake Shack and BurgerFi got an A for using beef raised without antibiotics. Wendy's received a D-. Researchers say the overuse of antibiotics in livestock can create superbugs in humans that can be hard to treat. eBay is suing Amazon after it says Amazon illegally poached sellers on its marketplace through eBay's internal messaging system. The lawsuit claims dozens of Amazon sales reps used the scheme to recruit the high-value sellers. eBay had earlier sent a cease and desist letter. Amazon says it's conducting a thorough investigation of the accusations. For more, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Tracy Carrasco.
Tracy Carrasco with the talker of the day yet again. And remember, Mike said he was worried about Wendy's. Well, you just saw there, Wendy's got a D-. But I think I've always heard the phrase everything in moderation. So, you know, as long as you're not eating at those burger joints every day, hopefully you'll be all right health-wise. Hopefully. Okay, this next story is local. Our very own Marcy Jones at a children's hospital where they are already celebrating Halloween, doing some trick-or-treating.
This is amazing, and it makes me a lot happier that I'm here.
It's the happiest place in Phoenix Children's Hospital, the Zone. Colorful, crafty, full of games and giggles. It doesn't get much better than this, except for during Halloween, when things take a festive turn.
The kids get to come in, they get to pick a trick-or-treat bag, then they get to go to the tables that we have, pick out any kind of prizes that they want.
Then it's on to pumpkin painting, costume hunting, and goodie bags. But the real goal of today is to forget about the tough challenges many of these patients face, even if it's just for a moment.
I've been here for like a month and a half, so it is really a stress reliever coming down here and being able to do things outside of my room.
It's less lonely, too, for patients and parents.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
It's awesome to be able to see them, be able to have something that is a little more catered to them and see that, you know, there are other kids going through the same things, but that they can all come together and have fun at the same time.
It's all made possible by volunteers, staff, and Spirit Halloween. The chain partners with more than 100 children's hospitals nationwide to spread festive fall fun. Vivian Rabin has been participating for several years and says simply, there's nothing like it.
I cannot even begin to tell you how it makes my heart feel when I see these little children come in and they walk in and their eyes get big and their mouth drops and they're like, oh my gosh, and they smile, and for just those few minutes that they're in here, they can forget, maybe for just a minute, why they're here. And it's just the most amazing feeling you've ever had.
Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
All right, Marcy, thanks so much for that. I'm liking this, everybody, starting with the lighter, happier news and then moving on to the more serious. It's just a little bit of breath of fresh air and change of pace, right? Okay, this next story. Anybody out there like wine? Let's see those hands up emojis if you do. And we know here in Arizona, we got plenty of sunshine, right, to power things solar powered. Turns out in Idaho, they do too, because there's a solar powered winery.
What better place to take advantage of the sun's energy than a place that is named for the abundance of sun that shines on it?
We decided to go solar because we're on the sunny slope. This region right here is known as the sunny slope region. We're southern facing, and we have been farming here since 1980.
That's why Hells Canyon Winery hired a company called Revolusun to install solar panels that will eventually eliminate the winery's reliance on electricity from Idaho Power. The panels will provide power to every part of the business, from farming to processing the grapes that make this Idaho's wine region. The operators of Hells Canyon Winery say these solar panels will pay for themselves in less than a decade at the rate of around $6,000 per month. And solar advocates say every project like this takes that much pressure off of less environmentally friendly sources of energy.
It's kind of the right thing to do. I mean, people don't realize how much of Idaho's power comes from coal-fired plants. We're under the assumption that it all comes from hydropower. That's not true. And a lot of people have a serious concern about the burning of coal in this day and age.
Many also have concerns about the impact of hydropower, which fish advocates say has driven Idaho salmon and steelhead to the brink of extinction. The bottlers of Hells Canyon Wine and its subsidiaries say using the sun's power will not only save them money, but will also take some of that pressure off the hydro system.
We benefit from the Snake River. That's one of the main reasons we can be here, and we know that dams are a big part of making hydropower. And so if we can take a little bit of pressure off that by using solar power to facilitate everything that we do here, from farming to winemaking to serving wine, it's a good way to do that.
Tuck Miller is looking way beyond what this small project will do. He says projects like this and larger solar and wind projects will someday make older forms of power generation obsolete.
In terms of solar replacing hydroelectric and coal, if you look at the trajectory of wind and solar right now in the United States, I think you're on a 10-year glide path to where this technology is going to be 99% of new energy infrastructure in the United States.
Steve Liebenthal, Fox 9 Now.
All right, today's top story is getting a lot of people talking, a lot of comments. I really like it. Currently 173 of you watching the YouTube stream. Happy to have you here. We are getting ready for the weekend, right? We have a busy next couple days here on News Now, which is a part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Who is planning? Remember those hands up emojis. Who's planning on watching the Arizona Cardinals take on the Denver Broncos tonight on our very own Fox 10 Phoenix? That's right. We're going to have the game, Thursday night football. And a lot of people super happy that it's football season. They like to watch games with family and friends, maybe eat, maybe drink. Very common. Who are you rooting for if you are planning on watching the game? Of course, all of us here in Arizona, well, the majority of us at least, if we're native in particular, are probably rooting for the Cardinals, even though they're not doing too hot this year. But we do have a lot of Denver Broncos fans that don't just live here in Arizona, but travel here in order to watch the Broncos game. So it'll be an interesting matchup to see, to say the least. Okay. The most serious story has been saved for last, and that's because it's a story we've been covering every single day this week. The 13-year-old missing Wisconsin teen is still missing. Let's get the latest update.
With more than 400 tips pouring into the Barron County Sheriff's Department and hundreds of law enforcement agents on the ground conducting secondary searches near the Kloss home on Highway 8, just outside of Barron, still not a trace has been seen of Jamie.
Her parents died from gunshot wounds. That's why we were ruling this a homicide. There was no gun found on the scene, and we believe Jamie was home based on the evidence in our case. Some of it from that 911 call, and some of it is still part of the ACT investigation, and we're not able to comment on why we believe that.
A next-door neighbor tells Fox 9 she heard 2 gunshots early Monday morning, but saw nothing else. Police responded to a mysterious 911 call within 4 minutes, but Jamie was already gone. Clearly frustrated with the lack of answers, Barron County Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald pleaded with the community to keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Walk your properties. There will be many hunters in the area in the upcoming weekend and daily. Check your cabins, walk your land, and report anything you feel is important to us. You will never know if it will help to bring Jamie home unless you call.
As investigators scour Jamie's social media accounts and speak with family and friends, the community is feeling helpless and on edge. A private town hall was organized by the sheriff himself outside of town in Rice Lake at a conference center. The idea was to give Barron County residents a place to connect and assess how everyone is holding up.
The mood is sadness and anticipation of bringing Jamie home and just trying to do what we can to support other people and support the family.
Very sad update out of Wisconsin indeed. Taking a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, how stocks are doing for the day, and unfortunately, not well. Nothing but red on that big board. We are hoping things change, but trading will be wrapping up pretty soon here. Meanwhile, Mike was showing you this Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT for short, camera earlier, near State Farm Stadium. It's off there in the background. It's that large silver building. That's where the Cards are going to be taking on the Broncos tonight. We are expecting traffic to pick up here in probably about 3 hours or so. Kickoff at 5:20. Don't forget, you can watch the game on our very own Fox 10 Phoenix. Any first-time viewers out there? If so, I would like to welcome you. This is what we do Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Arizona time. That does change if there's breaking news or other major news that we need to show you. Speaking of, I was getting a lot of questions yesterday on the YouTube chat, not just about tomorrow's Trump rally, but Trump rallies in general. We will be streaming tomorrow's President Trump rally right here in Mesa, Arizona. Matter of fact, I'm going to have a modified shift. That means I'll be coming in a little bit later to make sure that you can watch it in its entirety right here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. So yes, as long as we are streaming, we will bring you President Trump rallies from across the U.S. He is going to be here supporting Martha McSally, who is running for the U.S. Senate. Well, he's not a former senator just yet, but Senator Jeff Flake's spot, he is retiring, and Martha McSally and Kyrsten Sinema are running for that seat. So again, President Trump here to support Senate candidate Martha McSally. Again, you're watching News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. If anything breaks, we will have you covered. All right, everybody, I just got word we're going to be doing some more set updates here, News Now, so we can continue the great quality streams that we bring you every single day. That's going to be happening in approximately 40 minutes. Don't worry, though, we'll continue to stream. Just want to give you a heads up in case anything looks or sounds different than it usually does. All right, everybody, we are now live in Barron, Wisconsin, where they are providing us these aerials of the search for the missing teen, Jamie Kloss. You can see probably the search team there, perhaps friends and family all gathered in order to assist. But again, these are aerials from Barron, Wisconsin, WCCO providing us this feed. All right, everyone, the double box is coming up for you here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. On the left-hand side of your screen, it's going to be Air Force One about to head to Missoula, Montana. President Trump is headed there for a rally tonight. On the right-hand side of your screen, that's still the search for 13-year-old Jamie Kloss in Barron, Wisconsin. All right, we are getting a lot of viewers, well, at least one in particular, asking about whether or not we are going to stream President Trump's rally in Missoula, Montana tonight. I just looked up the schedule. It appears it's going to get underway at 5:30 Arizona time, 6:30 Montana time. So yes, we should be able to have that as long as there is a camera there that we are able to take live. We will do so. All right, everyone, if you're just joining us here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, welcome. Happy Thursday afternoon. Just want to give you all a heads up that live picture we have on the right-hand side of your screen is going and coming, but it's out of Barron, Wisconsin, where they are still searching for missing 13-year-old Jamie Kloss. Her parents found dead in their home Monday by gunshot wounds. Again, that picture is coming and going. So what I'm going to do meanwhile is bring you Air Force One. We are waiting for President Trump to depart from Missoula, Montana, where he is holding a rally tonight, and then he will come straight down south from Montana to right here in Arizona, where he's going to be having a MAGA rally in support of Senate candidate Martha McSally tomorrow. We will have both rallies for you here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Hope you all are having a great day. When and if anything breaks, we'll have you covered. All eyes on Arizona and the sports world and political world, and that's because we have Thursday Night Football here as well. And really quickly here, I want to show you the live picture we have at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals taking on the Broncos, and look at this. It's a sports picture that's live that I'm allowed to take. That's a look right inside the stadium there. Feel free to let me know if you're going to go to the game or if you're going to watch the game. I know a lot of Arizonans are saying, go Cards. All right, everyone. President Donald Trump will be coming out of Marine One here in just a moment and boarding Air Force One heading for Missoula, Montana. We are going to watch it all live right here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. And then afterwards, we may either be heading back out to Barron, Wisconsin, or State Farm Stadium right here in Glendale, Arizona, where they are preparing for Thursday night football. The Broncos taking on the Cardinals. All right, everyone, we are back in business here on the News Now set. You probably noticed we were doing that stream maintenance, set maintenance I was telling you about. We have 2 different live cameras in State Farm Stadium right here in the Valley, Glendale, Arizona to be exact. And hey, guess what? We are allowed to show you both. On the left-hand side, it's right there on the field. On the right-hand side, it is a wide stadium picture. And we're showing them to you. Pretty awesome stuff, huh? How many of you are planning on watching the game tonight? Mike Pace is going to rejoin us here in about 5 minutes, and then I will rejoin you all at 4 o'clock. If everything I'm reading is right, 5:30 Arizona time is what time that rally should be getting underway in Arizona. Remember, we stream all the way until 8 o'clock Arizona time. So we should be able to show you the whole rally as long as the schedule is stuck to. If anything changes, you'll find out about it.
threats. That is her charges as we speak. All right.
Spell her first name.
I'm gonna give it a try. It's LAQ.
LAQ.
UAN.
UAN.
DA.
ZA.
D is in dog.
DA.
Mosley.
Common spell.
No, I don't believe so. It's gonna be MOSLEY. I've seen it spelled both ways. LEY. All right. She's 27 years old. The children in this case, I want to let you know the infant that was in the video. That's why we're here. The video that was posted on social media. The infant in the case was checked out by medical staff at the Spalding Regional Hospital last night. As soon as we got there, we had it transported by EMS to the Spalding Regional Hospital, where she was checked and later released. So she is okay. Her and there was other 2 younger siblings there, also children of Miss Mosley, also children. They were both young, I think ages 5 and 6. All 3 children were put in the custody of DFACS, the Department of Family and Children's Services. So that is where they currently are at this time. The facts of the case, I'll get down to it, is at 9:10 p.m. last night, uniformed patrol officers with the Griffin Police Department were dispatched to 804 North 8th Street, Apartment C, for a welfare check of the infant in question. The reason being, there was a Facebook post, it was a post on social media of the infant being held underwater several times by a female in the video. So officers responded, and they made contact with Miss Mosley. She was outside the apartment at the time. They made contact with her, at which time the question of the Facebook post was brought up, and officers they checked Facebook for the actual posting of it, and that's when the officer first viewed the social media post. At which time he then turned around and called in the criminal investigative division, and we came in. We made sure that the children was transported to the ER, as I said before, and she was detained and brought back to the PD for questioning. After questioning Miss Mosley, she was then arrested and charged, and now she's been transported to Spalding County Detention Center at this time. There is still pending investigation at this time. We're still working different angles in this, so there could be future charges. So we still have the investigation to do. All right. And at this time, if you guys want to ask any questions or anything, you have any.
So it sounds like, is it your understanding the baby's father contacted your department? Is he out of state? And
yes.
She sent the video to him?
She did. He doesn't live in state at this present moment, and she did send the video to him through Facebook Messenger.
Is he by chance the father of the other 2 kids? Is he the father of all 3?
That's still something we have to investigate, but I don't believe so at this time. No, I think the smallest one is his.
What was the age of the infant?
The infant was just under 5 months.
What is the age are the ages of the other 2 children?
5 and 6 years old, I believe, is what they are.
Any idea what might have set her off?
At this point, it's still kind of active investigation. So I don't feel comfortable answering that question at this time, which it will be answered later. But
let me ask this, then. You can hear her on the video. What is she saying on the video?
On the video, I believe she is saying, if I go back and check my notes, is something like, "Is that what you want?" Or is it? I have to go back and check my notes on that.
So your thoughts, in your position, seeing that video, I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of videos of this, but just watching that video.
It's tough to watch. That's tough to watch. I think we all can agree on that. No matter what line of work you're in, that is a tough video to watch.
So the mother was doing this to the child with water in the tub?
Yes, sir, a baby tub.
And who was videoing? Who was doing the camera work?
As I understand it through investigation, she was videoing.
So she made a self-video?
At that time.
She was doing both?
That's still under investigation, but through what we have learned and uncovered, I think she was doing both.
Did she put this on social media?
She sent it as what they call I'm not tech savvy, but they sent it as a Facebook messenger to her baby's father, who was out of state, and he in turn posted it to I guess a social media page for everybody.
Did the father report it to law enforcement?
He did. Okay. He did. He reported dispatch, and that's where the welfare check came in.
The fact that this was on social media is pretty disturbing in itself.
It is. It very much is. I believe that we have other investigators have try to make contact with the social media to see if we can take it down. Also, the father, we did reach the father last night. One of my road sergeants did at the time answering the call, and I believe that there was requested that if he could take it down.
Is he on his way here to Griffin, or do you know?
We are still in the process of contacting him, getting him. Contacted and get him here.
Sergeant, what was her state of mind after the arrest?
Well, at this point, I don't want to go into that part of it, that element of it, because there still is some case-sensitive stuff that we can't leave.
Sorry, I don't know if this
stuff. That's a technical term, case-sensitive stuff.
But did she, when your officers questioned her, did she think she did anything wrong, or was she just like, wow? Did she think she didn't do anything wrong?
Again, I really don't want to go into that part of it.
Do you know what's going on with their relationship, the mother and father of the baby? Obviously.
I believe it was rocky. And that's probably I can say that. I mean, that's pretty evident from the video that it was not the best.
There's a screenshot of the video of the text to him from him.
Yeah. So
is there any prior history involved with the law enforcement?
We're still working on that. Still working with DFACS to try to investigate that part of it.
So part of the investigation is to see if there's other abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
As well as the other two children.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other adults at the house at the time?
No, sir. Not to our knowledge. Not through our investigation uncovered. But like I said, we still have a little bit more to do. This is really like the first stages of what we're doing.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I know social media has been inundated with people, and people have been calling police departments all over the country about this. Have you guys been inundated with calls about this?
We have. We have received that night. I know that I was informed by the road sergeants that we had received calls from Florida law enforcement agencies. Atlanta even goes north. I mean, it was when it goes viral, we get those calls. So,
is she from Griffin? Does she live here?
She does live here right now, but her family is from around the area. I believe it's safe to say that she is from the Georgia area. I know. I don't want to give out too much of her.
Gotcha. What's the welfare of the other kids in the house?
The welfare of the other kids in the house? You mean as we speak right now, or you mean?
Just in general, when you guys showed up, I mean, how was the house? I mean, were there any signs of abuse on the other two children in the house? Just overall, what was that environment like there?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because that's still part of evidence in the case, and that's still part of the whole case file we're building.
Sir, any idea when she allegedly took this video and sent it to the? I mean, we know she sent it. Was it the same day? And then the father immediately called?
Through our initial investigation and talking with her, I will say that she said that she did it early in the morning, which would have put the kids at school, the youngest kids at school, so the other young kids would not have been there. I believe they're in pre-K and kindergarten age.
Are you coordinating with the school system to see what their children's status is in school?
That is part of something we're working on. That's further investigation. But like I said, we're just in initial steps. At this point in our investigation, we've got the initial charges, we've got the initial incident, and now we're going to backtrack and we're going to work our way backwards. If that makes sense.
Does that include checking your phone?
Her phone was taken as part of evidence.
Did she have prior criminal charges?
Did she have prior criminal charges? Now that we're still in investigation, and that will be something that we would have to put in the case file for a later date. Yes, ma'am. Ag assault with intent to murder. Second one is child cruelty in the first degree. All these are felonies. And the third one is terroristic threats.
Do you know when she'll make her first appearance?
I do not. That would have to go through Spalding County the Spalding County Detention Center.
It sounds like it probably won't be anytime soon because you all may be filing more charges.
We're at ongoing investigation.
What about on the terrorist threats?
That would be if you would have seen the original text where she said in the fact that the baby would die on God or something to that effect. That was a terrorist threat. Then also, if you watched the second video, I believe she did.
So that was from Lango, from the original text.
From the original text, but there, we're still in the process of investigating. There could be more videos, and that's what that's where we're at right now, as we're trying to backtrack, see what else went up to this, kind of build up to this, to see if there's more, see if, like we talked about the other children.
So as far as we know, for us, 2 videos, and she had said that in a text to the baby's father.
It was in the Facebook Messenger. I believe if, a lot of people have seen that social media clip, and a lot of people have seen what was posted there, not just the video, but the actual texting with the messenger, and you can see that was.
Has that post been taken down now?
It was on right before I left office.
Yeah, we have made requests, and we're gonna further investigate that, further push that. We're going to continue to contact social media and see if we cannot.
Does she have family in the area? Do you know, or will the children remain in de facto custody and for so how long? Or what are the next steps as far as the children will be placed?
I would prefer DFACS answer those questions if any chance, because that's their department. They handle placement and stuff like that. So.
Do you have a mugshot you can release of her?
If you contact the Spalding County Detention Center, I believe they would help you with that.
His alleged intent was to murder. Has she made a statement as to explaining why she stopped?
I really don't want to go into that part of the investigation. That's still, like I said, still pending. Those type of things we might go back and have to talk to more people, interview more people that's involved.
I may have missed this. You said you're going to be asking Facebook to take that down.
We have contacted Facebook. And we're going to see if we can't contact them and see if they can't go ahead. But I'm going to tell you, once a video gets shared like that, and it just kind of multiplies, we might be able to shut one down, but shutting down all of them.
Why do you want to take it down?
I don't. It's very disturbing, and for the family, that's, not the mother, the rest of the family, I believe that's a hard thing to watch.
What do you think about the father's actions and his claims that he posted that because he didn't know where she lived and he had to find some kind of way to get help?
Well, to be honest, sir, I don't want to give my opinions. I'm just going to give the facts. So,
but did that help you guys?
It did help. It did help because okay, I'll go on and say if it wouldn't have been posted, then we wouldn't have known. Okay. And that's kind of a double-edged sword, but
But you said that he did earlier. You said that he did report it to 911. He did report it to the authorities.
He did report. That's where our welfare check originated from.
So you would have. Okay. So, but the evidence of what allegedly occurred earlier was based on the video.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You just said that you wouldn't have known if it had not been posted. That he did report it to 911.
Yes. After the post had been made.
So he posted it first and then
he contacted the dispatch, and I guess he told him about the post. I still have to pull dispatch logs. That's something that's going on right now as we speak. So I want to make sure I get all the dispatch logs. I'm trying to turn over every stone here, trying to make sure we got everything.
You said that the infant was treated and released. Did the baby sustain any injuries?
That would have to be something that the medical staff would have to answer.
Is he on the way back?
I'm sorry?
Is he on the way back here?
The father?
Dad, yeah.
We're still in the process of contacting him. I've tried on 2 different occasions today just to try and try to get in touch with him. The number we got, we're trying to work on different numbers. We got different ways we can find other phone numbers if he does it. I don't want to go into his whereabouts or anything like that, but we'll be able to get to him.
Tough case for you guys.
Well, it's always hard when it's an infant involved, at least for me. Is
he a target of any charges?
No, sir, we got an ongoing investigation. It's possible. At this point, I just want to get in and interview him. Get him in.
What was the condition of the other children?
The condition of the other children, they were fine. They were healthy when we got there, and they were. When we were actually to transport them separately from the mothers.
So I'm so sorry.
No, you.
This is got to be a tough case for you guys.
we do this kind of stuff a lot, though. I know it sounds bad, but it is the social media part of it is where I guess you guys are exposed to what goes on, and it's sad.
Did he call anybody else in Griffin, like a family member, to go over there or anything?
We still have to investigate that. We have to investigate a lot on that end of it. Like I said, this is just the preliminary stages of it. We wanted to let you guys know what had been done about it to this point. And when the further investigation goes on, what it leads us to, what it may not lead us to, we'll make sure we let you guys know. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Hey, we really appreciate you. Thank you. And maybe we can stop this somehow. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. The social media stuff anyway. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. All right.
I can.
Today we have Colonel Sean Ryan, spokesperson for the Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve from Baghdad, Iraq, for an update on operations. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to discuss ongoing operations in Iraq and Syria. Let's start in Iraq, where last week a joint operation was conducted by Iraqi Special Forces and the Kurdish counterterrorism forces with some assistance of coalition forces. This operation resulted in the arrest of 10 members of the Al-Rawi financial network, a key ISIS financial facilitation group based in Iraq. This operation was planned and executed through the interagency cooperation of the Iraqi Treasury, security forces, and judicial support. This kind of cooperation is a hallmark of how we will ultimately defeat ISIS. Additionally, Operation Last Warning is a large-scale effort targeting the remaining pockets of ISIS in the Anbar Desert. In the past week, multiple ISF activities resulted in the discovery and destruction of over 100 explosives and IEDs, and the facilities where they are stored and processed. The ISF conducted a clearance operation in Ramadi, capturing 28 suspected ISIS fighters and discovering over 1,000 IEDs. They also escorted 31 displaced families back to their homes in and around Jazeera. The ISF are working to contain and eliminate ISIS, who still pose a threat. In Kirkuk, small pockets of ISIS are targeting water supplies, power lines, and cell towers to undermine the legitimacy of the government of Iraq. However, the Ministry of the Interior and the ISF have demonstrated their capacity by responding quickly and returning these essential services and relentlessly pursuing these terrorist cells through intelligence-driven operations across the nation. And that commitment sometimes results in sacrifice. Lieutenant Yasser al-Aboudi was a member of the Iraqi counterterrorism service when he died during the Battle of Mosul. He was renowned through the service for his bravery and dedication. From recovering his injured comrades in the middle of a firefight to delivering food to starving children, he died sacrificing himself to provide medical aid to wounded members of his team after ISIS ambushed their position. The Iraqi Ministry of Defense will feature him and his family's story in an upcoming documentary memorializing their honored warriors, and as an important partner, we also remember him and all of the ISF members who put everything on the line to defeat ISIS. Moving to Syria, the Syrian Democratic Forces continue to clear the last stronghold of ISIS resistance in the Middle Euphrates River Valley. 1 month into Phase 3 of Operation Roundup, the SDF has successfully advanced and enveloped ISIS in the town of Marashida while reinforcing battle positions along the front. The SDF is making gains despite booby-trap buildings, IEDs, and repeated attacks as they continue to degrade ISIS capabilities in the MIRV. ISIS, however, remains a deadly adversary. The remaining fighters in the MIRV are hardened combatants and have shown every indication of being willing to fight until the end. This week, ISIS employed synchronized small arms attacks and indirect fire in multiple locations in the MIRV, all in a failed attempt to push back the SDF advance. The SDF has proven over and over to be a steadfast partner in this fight, and they will continue to reclaim their homeland from the brutal rule of ISIS. As the SDF presses forward the final liberation of enemy-controlled terrain in the MIRV, civilians continue to attempt to escape from ISIS oppression. ISIS is resorting to the same desperate tactics we've seen time and time again to prevent their escape, and continues their stranglehold on the people as they use civilians as a cover to house IED factories, move weapons, and stage attacks throughout the area. Make no mistake, ISIS is using these people as human shields, just as we witnessed in the battles of Raqqa, Mosul, and Tabqa. The coalition and the SDF are acting decisively to ease the suffering and bring an enduring end to ISIS. Moving to Raqqa, the Civil Council will soon observe the one-year commemoration of the city's liberation from ISIS rule. The SDF liberated the city and empowered local leaders serving in the Raqqa Internal Security Force and are keeping it secure. Stabilization efforts continue. Farmers this month are preparing for the upcoming winter wheat season. The Syria Recovery Trust Fund on October 11th distributed 140 metric tons of high-quality wheat seeds to the farmers of the greater Raqqa area. Local farmers possess enough seeds to plant more than 5,600 hectares of land, a fresh beginning to more peaceful Syria. Workshops and small businesses throughout Raqqa are boosting the local economy. The RCC processes and approves new licenses every day. In fact, a major tile and marble factory recently returned and is doing its part to stimulate the local economy. Other infrastructure is also improving in nearby Tabqa. The municipality has installed 10 new water lines just north of the city. Efforts to provide a critical basic service will better regulate water use and, more importantly, will increase clean water availability. Overall, ISIS is territorially defeated, and until we achieve an enduring defeat, we will continue the fight. With that update, and although I'm no Gerard Butler, I'll be happy to take your questions.
For all questions, please provide your full name and agency prior to asking your question. All called on will have an opportunity to ask one follow-up. Tom.
Colonel Tom Bowman with NPR. I wonder if you could address civilian casualties. I guess the Pentagon and you guys estimate roughly 1,000 civilian casualties from airstrikes, artillery strikes in both Iraq and Syria. Amnesty International puts that number at 3,000 in Syria alone. Talk about how the difference in numbers, if you can. And also, Amnesty says that your investigations are flawed because you don't interview witnesses or survivors.
Okay. Well, first of all, our thoughts and prayers to any innocent victims under the ISIS rule and, of course, from any coalition airstrikes. We realize there are discrepancies in these numbers. However, we go off facts, and that is how we go through the process of doing this. We're not sure exactly the matrix of how these other groups are coming up with these numbers. So we're not saying that there could be more that were innocently killed. What we're saying is we have to go on the facts that we have when we look into these cases. One thing I'd also like to add, Tom, is we're currently still fighting ISIS. It's not really, we don't have the manpower to go in there and conduct the investigations that we'd like to do. We do have people on the ground doing that, but that's not their sole focus. So a lot still needs to be done. It's terrible what's happened in those areas because of ISIS, but we continue to take the responsibility, and we realize that some of these areas came at a very high cost of liberation.
Well, what about interviewing witnesses and survivors in Raqqa, which has been, pacified? Are you interviewing witnesses and survivors in Raqqa itself?
We have groups right now on the ground that are investigating. I don't think they're going as detailed into maybe what Amnesty's doing right now. I don't know exactly how their investigation works, but we also use other things like videos and intelligence and things of that nature to look into these and to use that for our investigation.
Why aren't they going as deeply as Amnesty?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Aren't they going as deeply as Amnesty, as you said?
Tom, right now we're still fighting ISIS.
No, I'm talking in Raqqa.
Right. We're still fighting ISIS in the Merv and some other areas in this region. So we don't have the manpower right now to just exclusively send teams in there. We have teams going in, but that's not their only job.
Kasim?
Colonel Kasım with Anadolu Agency. As you mentioned in your opening statement, it has been 1 year that Raqqa has been liberated, and just that small pocket in Merv has taken nearly a year for the coalition to clean, and it still goes on. It seems that it will go beyond 1 year. How could you call this, or do you call this a success, or is there a stall? What happens? Why can't the coalition clean that small holdout, while big cities like Mosul and Raqqa freed in several months?
Well, first of all, we're talking about, if I heard you right, we're talking about two different areas. I mean, Raqqa and Mosul, that's house-to-house fighting, to where this whole area is deserty area, and it's thousands of miles long, so it takes a long time. ISIS has also been using underground tunnels, as we've mentioned before, and they are a very elusive enemy, there's no doubt about. But when they're working underground, it's very difficult. I think the SDF is making very good ground right now. It just takes a long time, and also you have to remember, ISIS is booby-trapped and IED'd almost every area in there, to where you just can't go rushing into these areas and clear them. You have to have the equipment and the manpower to do that, and often when you start the clearing, your equipment gets damaged when IEDs goes off. So there's not an unsupply of vehicles that they can use. They have to get resupplied, so things do take time.
Okay, a follow-up. Have you recently supplied SDF with armored vehicle and arms and ammunition?
Well, I won't go into details on what we supply them, but yes, they have the ample ammunition right now, and when they ask for something, we are usually able to deliver it. Again, the whole presence of us being here is the enduring defeat of ISIS, and that's what we're trying to do.
If I may, just a quick follow-up on my famous question on Manbij. The training has started just last week, and then it was supposed to take just 1 week for the trainers, of course. Can you update us what's going on with the training about Manbij?
Yeah, I'm not sure who told you 1 week, because it was never 1 week. But also in Manbij, you have to understand, you're putting two different military groups together, and it just simply takes time. There's language barriers, there's equipment that they both have to become familiar with, there's different rules of engagement, there's medical, there's communication. What you don't want to do is rush to failure. You send teams out there that aren't synced together, then bad things can happen. So we'd rather train them properly and then send them out when they're ready. Right now, Manbij is secure. There's patrols going on every day there, and nothing has changed there. So this training is meant to enhance that, and that's what we're working towards.
Thank you.
Lori, Milroy, Kurdistan 24. Quick question. In your opening remarks, you said there were small pockets of ISIS targeting water supplies. What are they trying to do to the water supplies? Poison them?
Sure, Lori. They're trying to destroy the water lines to get discontent from the civilians in that area. I mean, it's a death of 1,000 cuts to the population. I mean, any way they can get in there and legitimize, the government of Iraq, they will try to do that.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary of State Sullivan met Monday with the KRG Prime Minister, and the coalition seems to have had a representative in the meeting. The State Department said that security cooperation between Erbil and Baghdad was discussed. Can you tell us anything more about that? Any new developments?
Well, I know that they talked about the road from Telskov to Batnyanya, and I know that they were there to congratulate Prime Minister Barzani, and of course they did talk about the security between the regions. But besides that, Lori, I don't know, because I wasn't in that meeting.
Okay, and are you concerned that as tensions rise between the U.S. and Iran with the second round of sanctions approaching, that pro-Iranian elements in Iraq might attack you or try to attack you or other U.S. facilities?
Well, again, our fight is with ISIS, and we hope that doesn't happen, because we will defend ourselves if that comes to fruition, but our fight's not with Iran right now. It's to defeat ISIS.
Indication of Iranian preparations to attack you?
I'm sorry, say that again, Lori?
Any indications that you're seeing that Iran might use its proxies to attack you? Are you seeing anything disturbing?
We're not at this time. I mean, that's always something that could happen. It may not be Iran at all, like you said. It could be just proxies out trying to do damage. There's a lot of people trying to, make the government of Iraq look bad, make it look like that it's not secure here. So that could definitely happen.
Jeff from Task and Purpose.
Hi, Colonel. Jeff Schogel with Task and Purpose. For about 10 months, U.S. officials have said that ISIS only has about 2% of its original caliphate, and it's just holed up in the middle Euphrates River Valley. We're almost in 2019. Can you say why this force of ISIS has not been eliminated yet?
Well, Jeff, we still got about 3 months to go, and a lot can happen in 2018. But it's more about the capabilities. It's not about the land mass. It's about taking away ISIS capabilities. And in the top of you, I mentioned the financial part, and that's a big part. But it's also from the military side. We're degrading them every day. It's not just killing ISIS fighters. It's taking away their weapon systems, taking away their logistical support, and things of that nature. So that's happening every day.
If I could follow up, how is it that this force in the middle Euphrates River Valley has been able to fight on for 10 months?
Well, I don't think they've been there quite that long. It started not just in that area, but they're a very resilient enemy. There's no doubt about that. But I'd mentioned, I think, in the last one I was here, that they had planned on this 4 years ago. They knew that they were probably going to end up in this area. And, again, with the tunnels they have underneath and the tunnels that the oil companies left with food and supplies, they're able to sustain. So, we're methodically going through that area, making sure that we capture or kill all the ISIS fighters. And, our job there is to also help protect the citizens in that area. And I think the SDF's doing a pretty good job.
Ryan.
Hey, Colonel Ryan, thank you for doing this. A couple quick ones. First, have you seen any change or planned changes with regards to Saudi Arabia's commitment or participation in the coalition? Has there been any discussion on that?
The Department of Ryan, there hasn't. I think with all the things, as you're well aware, going on, that hasn't even come up at all.
And then just if you could change gears a little bit and talk about, the Rukban refugee camp that sits in the Antanef deconfliction zone. There's been a lot of reports from NGOs about kind of the really heinous environment that's there, starvation, reports of starvation. Is there you're talking about all the stabilization efforts that are going in other areas that have been liberated from ISIS. Why is the coalition not doing more to relieve the humanitarian situation there?
Well, Ryan, we've gone on record saying that we're standing by to help enable the delivery of those UN support systems, and so far that has not happened. Those trucks have to get to where we're at first for us to do that, and it definitely is a humanitarian tragedy, and it's not an area of military operation, but it's a huge area of concern from us from the human side.
Are you worried that the coalition is going to be blamed since it sits in the deconfliction zone? Is there concern that the coalition is going to be blamed for the humanitarian situation there?
Absolutely, Ryan. That's already happening out there. There's maligned actors that will blame us for just about everything. But again, if you look at the region, we're in a specific area. If they can get the trucks to where we're at, where we can help, then we'll get those trucks through.
Thank you.
Jeff, Voice of America.
Colonel, thanks for doing this. Jeff Selden with VOA. Earlier this morning, General Dunford was talking to a conference on combating violent extremism, and he noted that still, despite all the efforts, there are some foreign fighters coming into Syria. He said it's now down to about 100 a month, but over time, 100 a month adds up. How are those foreign fighters contributing to ISIS and the fight that ISIS is putting up? Where are they going?
Well, the foreign terrorist fighters are the intense fighters that I spoke about earlier. I mean, basically, they have nowhere to go. I mean, there's been some people disappearing using the rat lines and things of that nature, but it hasn't been the foreign terrorist fighters. They're either here to fight to the death or they're just going to get killed because they have nowhere to go. They can't blend in with the rest of the population in Iraq or Syria, so they're
for our great cabinet. And Ben Carson, would you do the honors? Thank you very much.
Kind Father in heaven, we're so thankful for the freedoms that you have given us and the rights that you have given us. They come from you and not from us, and it is our duty to protect them. We thank you for our president, our vice president, all the cabinet members, the administration, upon whom there is great responsibility to do the things that are right. We know that you are the one who sets up governments and takes them down. And we recognize your sovereignty and submit to that. And we ask that you would grant us wisdom and compassion to be able to carry out your will, and that we can truly have one nation under God and recognize the godly principles of loving our neighbors, of caring about the downtrodden, about developing our talents so that we become useful to the people around us, of having values and principles that guide our lives. These things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Beth. That was very nice. Thank you. It's great to have everybody and have a little meeting. We're going to go over deregulation and some other things. If you'd like to stay, you're certainly entitled to. Today's cabinet meeting will focus on my administration's historic and unprecedented effort to remove job-killing regulations. They have been put on our country at a level over the last 15 and 20 years like nobody's ever seen before. More in the last 10 years than we had in every year put together. We have eliminated more regulations than any administration ever, even though it's substantially less than 2 years that we're here. We're lifting the crushing federal burdens on farmers, ranchers, factory workers, energy producers, and businesses of all types. Along with our massive tax cuts and powerful trade policies, which you're seeing every day, the deals we're making are unprecedented. Great deals. This regulatory rollback has helped to unleash an economic miracle. Jobless claims are at their lowest in more than 50 years. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American unemployment rates have all recently achieved their lowest levels ever recorded. And the economic pictures all throughout the country, literally no matter what aspect of business, finance, economics you're talking about, we're setting records. I can't think of any category of business where we're not setting records, unless it's negative, in which case we're way, way far away from those records. The World Economic Forum just announced that the United States has reclaimed its place after a long absence as the world's most competitive economy and country. That's a great thing to have. We've also ended the war on American energy. We are now the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. And soon I'll be able to say by far. We will be by far the largest. We are removing red tape so we can substantially lower the price of healthcare premiums and prescription drugs. We've come out with healthcare programs that are incredible, that people are just starting to learn about. We've gotten rid of the individual mandate in Obamacare, and we're running Obamacare, the remnants of it, better than ever before. The premiums are going up at a much smaller rate. It'll end up being over at some point. We had it done, but unfortunately somebody decided to vote against that at the last moment, even though they campaigned for years saying they were going to do it. But these are the facts of life. But it's of no import because it's happening anyway. But getting rid of the individual mandate was a very, very powerful thing. We oppose efforts from Democrats to destroy your health care and to raid your Medicare to pay for socialism, and that's what's happening. You'll end up with Venezuela. We totally support people with pre-existing conditions. We have a tremendous level of talent, and we're doing a lot of work on pre-existing conditions. The Democrats will never be able to pull that off. I will be asking every cabinet secretary to continue identifying and removing every needless, wasteful, and job-killing regulation that remains on the books. And while we've set a record, even though it's a short period of time, we've set a record. No president or administration has cut nearly as much. There are many, many left to do. And it will not hurt safety, it will not hurt health, it will not hurt anything. It will get things moving faster. We have tremendous potential. Our country has tremendous potential. And a lot of it was held up by exactly what we're talking about. To stop offshoring and outsourcing, we're also fixing America's horrendous trade deals. You know all about that, the deal with Canada, with Mexico, with South Korea. We're in a position where we're in very good shape with China. China wants to make a deal, and I'm just saying they're not ready yet. I told them, you're not ready to make a deal yet. And I don't blame China. I blame the people that were in charge of running our country for allowing that to happen. China was taking out $500 billion a year and more, and that should never have been allowed to happen. But likewise, other countries are at a much smaller level. Everybody does well against the piggy bank, and we're stopping there. We want fairness, and we're going to have fairness. So the USMCA has turned out to be a deal that's been incredible for our farmers, for our manufacturers, for everybody. It's going through the process now. It's been approved by Mexico, been approved by Canada. And likewise, the deal, as you know, in South Korea, that was a deal made by the previous administration. It was unacceptable. It was so bad. It was unacceptable. it was a tremendous drag on this country, and we've changed it, and now it's a very good deal for our country. So that's what we're here, and I think what we'll do is we'll start on the regulation aspect by asking Director Mulvaney to give you an update as to exactly what's going on. Where is Nick?
Thanks, Mr. President. I'm just going to give a real quick summary because I know we're going to hear from individual cabinet members. I want to give you sort of the top line where we are over the last 2 years. As I mentioned in the Oval Office meeting we had with the various industry and community leaders just a couple minutes ago, it's been a tremendous success. You remember when we first got here, you gave us some goals, which is that we wanted 2 old regs off the books for every new 1 reg that went on. Last year we did 22 to 1. This year we did 12 to 1. Don't let that mislead you. We actually did better this year. 176 regs off the books this year. That's dramatically more than last year. You also gave us a goal of no new regulatory burden. So if you're going to add $1 of burden over here, you had to go over and find $1 worth of savings over there. Last year, I think we did about $9.5–10 billion worth of savings. This year, 23. Where does that put us in comparison to where the Obama administration was in its last year? On the right-hand side, you'll see in the last year of the Obama administration, they saddled this economy with $216 billion worth of costs from new regulations, and that's just in the last year. Okay, we've reduced that burden by $33 billion in our first 2 years. So everything is pointed in the right direction. You're going to hear from a lot of folks here. You're not going to hear, I get a chance to hear from everybody, but HHS has done tremendous work on reducing paperwork. Commerce has done some really, really good work on fishing. The VA has done some work on technology that is saving veterans real money in terms of now they don't have to drive someplace, they can get some of their benefits through technology. Real savings for America's veterans. Labor, one of the big things I don't think gets nearly enough attention is this associated health plan, the works that labor has been doing this year. Across the board, Mr. President, it's probably one of the biggest successes we've had as an administration. Doesn't get the attention it deserves. That's probably understandable. It's just not as glamorous as things like taxes and energy. But getting rid of the small stuff over the course of time makes a big, big difference. I think it's one of the reasons you see. Larry's going to talk later on today about the economic prosperity. This is a big reason for it. So it's been a huge success.
That is a big factor. Thank you very much, Mick. Secretary Zinke.
Thank you, Mr. President. You issued executive order on reducing regulation and controlling regulatory costs. The actions Department of Interior has taken, we've withdrawn since 2017 over 150 proposed rulemakings from our regulatory agenda. We've also finalized no less than 19 regulatory actions in 2018 to include eliminating the BLM hydraulic fracking rule, revising the 2016 BLM venting and flaring rule to allow beneficial use and collection. Also issued guidance on BLM compensatory mitigation, which in some cases was tantamount to extortion. The results have been that the regulatory actions have resulted in a roughly about $2.5 billion in net present value savings, and those billions of dollars are without removing environmental safeties, but we have increased reliability, we've increased safety, and environmental stewardship. Your executive order on promoting energy independence and economic growth. Actions the Department of Interior has taken. We've cut burdens on domestic energy. We've held 20 offshore leases so far in 2018, with more scheduled. The largest lease in the history of this country in the Gulf. We've reduced oil permitting times from over 4,500 oil and gas permits, bringing it down to 90 days or less. The results have been unprecedented. Our oil production has increased on federal lands, and then we support a total U.S. oil production at an all-time high. We are well over 11 million barrels and on our way to 14 million barrels a day. Recently, we had an onshore lease sale in New Mexico that generated the most revenue in the history under your administration, sir, and leadership. Nearly $1 billion in lease in less than 48 hours. We've also had the offshore energy safety record. This is being done as the record for being the most safe on offshore. The because we believe in best technology, best science, best practices that increase safety, environmental stewardship, and reliability. In short, Mr. President, unleashing the potential of American energy in all its forms is estimated to be $20 trillion in unrealized wealth and 2.7 million new jobs. I'm proud to say, Mr. President, under your leadership, America will never be held hostage again by any foreign entity for our energy. Mr. President.
Very good. Thank you very much. It's music to my ears. On transportation, thank you very much, Ryan.
Great.
I'd like to ask Elaine Chow, who's doing a terrific job. Secretary, please.
Well, the Department of Transportation is hard at work to reduce red tape and overly burdensome regulations that are duplicative, that don't contribute to safety, that inhibit economic growth and job creation, and also negatively impact the quality of life for all of us. So the department has exceeded the 2-to-1 mandate that you've just heard about for regulatory reform. In fiscal year 2018, the Department of Transportation withdrew 23 regulations that didn't make sense, that were nonsensical, that were overly burdensome, that were basically red tape. And we've added only one significant regulation that was needed, saving the taxpayers more than $1.2 billion in regulatory cost. Compare this with prior to this administration, out of the Department of Transportation alone, annually, the amount of regulatory cost enacted by the Department of Transportation in the previous administration was $3 billion annually. In the first year of this administration, the department achieved $1.2 billion in savings. And in this coming year, the department expects to achieve an additional $2 billion in regulatory cost savings. Now, all of this will be accomplished without compromising safety. And on the horizon, the department will address unrealistic and overly burdensome fuel economy standards to help make newer, safer cars more affordable for working Americans, expand the U.S. lead in commercial space, which the Vice President you have asked to take the leadership of, by streamlining procedures for commercial space launches. 6 years ago, America was third in commercial space launches. This year, America is #1, and we want to keep it that way. On the horizon, the department will also allow the safe operation of drones over the heads of people, out of the line of sight, and at night. And we are looking at pilot programs that will give us more information with which to allow this rather than individual case-by-case waivers for a drone population that is now 1.2 million as of August 12th of this year. We also want to streamline the permitting for the safe transport of LNGs, which is again vital to our country's energy independence, which Secretary Zinke talked about. So that is my report. Thank you.
That's great. And I think one thing very important, roadways and highways were taking forever to get approved.
Yes.
And we've cut them down many, many years. And ultimately, maybe we'll get down to 1, but we are getting very close to 2. And in some cases, you know, many stories where they're 21, 22 years, 18 years, 19 years to get just approvals. And in many cases, they don't get approved. After spending tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars on the approval process, in many cases, they don't even get approved after so many years. So we're down to 2 years. We'll very soon be down to 2 years, and maybe we'll even do better than that. And they may not get approved, and that's okay too, but at least you're going to know if it's not going to happen. Secretary Perdue, Agriculture, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. As a businessman, you instinctively knew that the regulations that we had imposed upon our American economy had just deflated them and created a lack of hope and spirit. It just killed the American entrepreneurial spirit. And that's what you did. You talked about tax policy, this deregulatory environment, and the trade policy that you've done. And agriculture has benefited from that as well. Our American citizens own millions and millions of forest land out here with the U.S. Forest Service. We're making forest work again. Over the years, these communities have been depleted and decimated because we took away their jobs. We wouldn't let them cut their trees. And you've seen what happened. You've talked about the forest fires. Now we're permitting and cleaning up these forests so it will reduce the threat of forest fire as well as creating jobs in these communities.
And we have to do that in California, by the way.
Yes, sir.
California's a mess. We're giving billions and billions of dollars for forest fires in California. There's no reason for those fires to be like they are. They're leaving them dirty. It's a disgraceful thing. Old trees are sitting there rotting and dry, and instead of cleaning it up, they don't touch them. They leave them, and we end up with these massive fires that we're paying hundreds of billions of dollars for to fix, and the destruction is incredible. So I think California ought to get their act together and clean up their forests and manage their forests because it's disgraceful. What's happening should never happen. I go all over the country and I meet with governors. The first thing they say is there's no reason for forest fires like that in California. So I say to the governor, or whoever's going to be the governor of California, you better get your act together, because California, we're just not going to continue to pay the kind of money that we're paying because of fires that should never be to the extent. They were telling me in a couple of states, I won't even mention their name, it's like a flash. Some grass will burn. It'll be over in minutes. They'll lose 2 acres, 3 acres. At the most, they won't even lose that. And here we are with thousands of acres and billions of dollars every year. It's the same thing every year. And they don't want to clean up their forests because they have environmental problems in cleaning it up. It should be the opposite, because you're going to lose your forests. You're losing them. But it's costing our country hundreds of billions of dollars because of incompetence in California. So the people, I'm speaking now for the people of California, they don't want to see this happen. They're getting destroyed. And it's hurting our budgets, it's hurting our country, and they just better get their act together. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Director Mulvaney hit on a good point earlier. It's this myriad of these kind of things that give the public the optimism for this economy that keeps fueling that. I'll tell you a cute story that you'll appreciate it. When you were elected, a childhood friend of mine was telling his granddaughter about that and the USDA and what we did regarding school lunches. She said, "Good. I hope President Trump can make school lunches great again." And so, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're not feeding the trash can any longer,
That's right.
but we're trusting these professionals to make nutritious meals for these kids out here that they want to eat.
I hear it's a big difference.
It is a huge difference. So, and then obviously another on nutrition, we're empowering able-bodied adults who can work without small children to remove these waivers that states are using to bypass the ability to work and provide for self-sufficiency for families in that regard, along with removing and creating entrepreneurial activities over new technology and agriculture. Thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. SBA deregulation, a woman who's done a fantastic job, and I appreciate it. Linda, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership on the economy. You know, you have such a common sense approach to job creation. The bold approach you've taken toward modernizing the regulatory system. It's been a priority in this administration from day one, and I'm absolutely convinced the sustained focus on eliminating outdated job-stifling regulations has been a major contributor to the economic growth that we're experiencing. You know, the regulatory environment for small businesses especially, you know, according to a report from the Council of Economic Advisors, small businesses pay more on a regulatory compliance basis per employee than large businesses do. $11,700 per employee per year for small businesses. That's money they'll never get back to invest in hiring more, raising wages, investing in their companies. So as the chief advocate here, and I'm pleased to be that, for the 30 million U.S. small businesses, it's my job to listen to their concerns and to advocate on their behalf. You know, I can so appreciate all of the secretaries this morning who have talked about all of the deregulations that are happening in each of their departments, because I get to go out and visit with these small businesses all over the country. I've visited with hundreds of businesses over the last year and a half in 43 states. And I get to personally see that enthusiasm that businesses have and how appreciative they are with the job, with tax reform, regulatory reform. And so they're hiring. This morning I brought Chip Kovac from Youngstown, Ohio. And he has a family business. His father was supposed to come this morning but couldn't come for medical reasons. But 30 years ago, he started his business by putting a lien on his home. So today, he has a machine business that is benefiting from the deregulatory environment because he repairs rigs in the energy environment. So he can't hire enough people fast enough now for his business, you know, with the deregulation that's happened. So they are so grateful and appreciative. Last year, the administration ended a rule pertaining to overtime pay that many of businesses opposed. You know, the overtime rule that had stayed in effect was affecting about 44% of small businesses. And now, rescinding that overtime rule, we have, for instance, a small hotel in Colorado Springs that said, had that rule stayed in place, I'd had to reduce work hours, fired people. Now, I've got more people on. We're running our business the way we should. I've got entrepreneurs in Texas who are opening franchises in Texas and Oklahoma because the overtime rule is no longer there. So eliminating that kind of a rule has really spurred on our small businesses. So I am grateful that the SBA also, in accordance with your executive order, we've reviewed all of our rules, and we will seek approval of eliminating about 7% of the regulations that SBA has. Yeah. So I know that what we've done here at SBA has occurred many times across many agencies represented in the room. And Mr. President, I again want to thank you for presiding over an administration that is committed to listening to the men and women who run our small businesses, for giving them the opportunity to start and to grow and expand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate it. USMCA, it's new, it's good. It takes the place of NAFTA, which was a total disaster. Thousands of factories and plants closed. The farmers were never treated properly by NAFTA. The USMCA is a whole different ballgame. It opens up Canada, it opens up Mexico for our farmers and for others. And I'd like to have Bob Lighthizer, who's really worked so hard, 24 hours around the clock for a long time, many months. Bob, maybe you could give it a little briefing, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. President. So after, as you say, after 14 months of tough negotiations and a lot of work, we now have an agreement that is much better than its predecessor, that's great for America, but also great for Canada and Mexico. I would thank you for your leadership, except leadership isn't appropriate in this case since the President was on the phone every day and involved in every detail of the agreement. So he was like a senior partner. But I do want to thank the Vice President, who was very much involved and was very helpful. Jared Kushner, of course, who I've spoken about in the past, and my tremendous team at USTR. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention how many cabinet members and cabinet offices were involved in this negotiation, because it really is, you think of agriculture and commerce, of course, and labor and treasury, but also transportation and energy and state and HHS. We had teams that had people from virtually every one of our cabinet officers who worked tirelessly over the course of this time. The first thing I should say is that this agreement needed to be renegotiated. NAFTA was not a good agreement. It started out bad, in my judgment, and grew worse over time. We saw huge trade deficits. It had no provisions at all for the modern economy. So it was a bad agreement that, in my judgment at least, was getting worse. Just as one point, I would suggest that if you look at just where auto plants were built in the last several years. Of the last 11 auto plants made in North America, 8 of them were in Mexico, 3 were in the United States. And to give you a point of reference, almost all these cars ended up going to be sold in the United States. So we have redesigned the rules. It's not going to punish anybody. It's not going to make it worse for any other country, but it is going to make it better for American manufacturing. I would give this a point. Our agriculture also was in my judgment, not treated fairly. So I would say this is the first total renegotiation of a trade deal. It's by far the biggest trade deal that we've ever done. Just to hit on a few points, and then I want to make a couple of additional points with slides. It has more provisions to help manufacturing than any other agreement we've ever done. Better rules of origin that are going to force more manufacturing in North America. Better access for U.S. farmers right across the board. It got rid of this dairy provision that Secretary Perdue and the Vice President harangued me about for a year and some months. That's been cured. The most ambitious provisions on labor and the environment ever negotiated, and they're enforceable. I repeat that. These are the strongest labor and environment provisions ever negotiated. They're part of the agreement, and they're enforceable. The most advanced language ever on digital trade, intellectual property, really paving the way for America to take advantage of its innate ability to innovate. Better disciplines on non-market economies. Really, we've never had those in agreements before. We now have them for the first time. And the best provisions by far on currency and currency manipulation that we've ever had in a trade agreement. Now, there's many other chapters on good regulatory practices and standards, biotechnology, telecommunications, financial services, so it goes across the entire economy. And there's one other chart that I want to say, because we really view this really as a model of what a Trump trade policy looks like. And we really analytically divide it into sort of 3 pieces. One is the American first parts, which is auto rules of origin and dispute resolution, by the way, review and termination. So this is not a deal that's never going to be looked at again. We're not going to find ourselves in 24 years with a bad deal again. We're going to have labor provisions, great agriculture and dairy provisions, but then the 21st century, the new economy, digital trade, intellectual property rights, financial services, better provisions on investment. I mentioned environment, but also telecommunications. And then finally, a new and innovative approach, and that is combating non-market practices, practices that take advantage of the U.S. economy in ways that don't promote market efficiencies. And there's a whole variety of things in that area. I won't go through them all, but currency, stopping localization requirements in data, anti-corruption, and the like. The final chart, I guess, that I will show is just if you compare this agreement, and these are in your slides, if you compare this agreement on the key points to both NAFTA and TPP, this is far and away the best agreement. There's not a single provision of significance where this is not a plus-up from TPP. And in some areas, like labor and rules of origin and several others, it's just in a completely different world. So this is a very important agreement. It's the kind of agreement that we want to have be Trump trade policy going forward. I think it's going to bring back jobs in manufacturing and help our farmers. It's going to help protect America's advantages in the years and decades ahead. It's had very good reviews. We've had a number of members of Congress, including 30 senators, 84 members who have made positive comments. 18 governors have singled it out. We have literally scores of comments from trade associations and labor unions and businesses and the like. So this has been very well received. I brought along a couple of versions of this. This is required reading for the members of the cabinet. Saying what a good deal. And I actually have a tabbed version for you, Mr. President, because I know you have more things on your mind. The final thing I would say, in another day, which would be big news, but isn't today because of all the things that we're doing, is that we sent the letter yesterday, as you know, to start the process under TPA to have new negotiations with the EU, Japan, and the UK. That's a process that we started. We did it last year at approximately this time for what was then NAFTA, and we started now on these three. We'll see where it turns out. We're hopeful. We certainly have a very ambitious pro-trade, fair trade, reciprocal trade agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Bob. And I have to say that these are countries, in every instance, which had no intention of ever negotiating with the United States. They were not going to. They were very happy with the deals the way they were. Speaking for Mexico, Canada, South Korea, every one of them. You go to the European Union, they had no intention of renegotiating. Now they're renegotiating. We'll see what happens with that one. They've treated us very harshly for many, many years. Taken out tremendous amounts of money, over $150 billion a year for many years. And I mean, frankly, it's ridiculous. It's hard to believe that we could have allowed ourselves to be put in a position. And that's why we have debt, and that's why we have tremendous deficits. And on trade, as an example, almost $800 billion a year has been lost for many years in our country. $800 billion is not even a conceivable number. So we're negotiating, and again, they wouldn't negotiate at the beginning. I said, that's okay, you don't have to negotiate. I said, why aren't you going to negotiate? Because we're very happy with our deal. We're extremely happy with our deal. I said, but I'm not happy with your deal. And I said, that's okay, we're going to put tariffs on every product you sell to the United States. And they said, we would like to negotiate immediately. And President Obama was unable to get anybody even to go to the table. And that goes for previous administrations also. It's incredible. And again, China, you could look at Vietnam, you could look at every country, just about every country. Incredible that we allowed this as a country to happen, and it's not going to happen any longer. And that just shows the tremendous potential we have, because with these horrible trade deals, with these horrible military deals where we pay for everybody's military, or we certainly don't get subsidized or paid back what we should be. And that includes NATO, where we're paying for 90% of NATO to protect Europe. And I think it's all fine, but they have to pay. And I got them to put up $44 billion last year. They're going to put up at least that amount this year, maybe more. They should pay for the whole thing right away. But we're paying for NATO. We are paying to protect Europe. And then on top of that, Europe treats us very badly on trade. So we lose on a double. It's a double whammy, I call it. So all of that's changing. It's changing rapidly. We're in a very strong negotiating position because we're the piggy bank that everybody wants to rob. And I don't blame China, and I don't blame Europe, and I don't blame anybody. I blame our politicians, and I blame our leaders for allowing this to happen. There was no reason for it. So we're making up for lost time, and we'll do it properly. I'd like to have Larry Kudlow speak and maybe talk about where we are with the economy, how good it's doing. It's been setting records despite all of the above. And Larry, I guess that's why I say the potential is so enormous, because you look at what happens to us on the military, the massive amounts of money. You look at, we have $716 billion budgets. Russia has a budget of $68 billion. China has a budget that's just a small fraction of what we spend. It's absolutely ridiculous, and that's because we protect every country in the world practically. And some of these countries are massively wealthy, and they don't pay us for the protection. It's crazy. So, Larry, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, I love to tell stories. I want to continue the story I told a month or so ago. The biggest story of 2018, in my judgment, is an economic boom, which is growing, where almost everybody said it would be impossible to produce. And the boom is growing. Sir, this is the, pardon the phrase, Kudlow word, this is the growthiest economy in over 20 years, and will get growthier in the weeks and months ahead. Where's Sarah? Just want to get that down. Some new bullets, some new important bullets. Bullet. You mentioned this at your opening. U.S. is now the world's most competitive economy, #1. That comes from the Davos Group, the World Economic Forum, not necessarily our best friend. number one. U.S. hadn't been number one in that survey since 2008, a long while ago. Bullet 2, more job openings than unemployed. Remarkable number. From the so-called JOLTS, 7.1 million job openings, a little over 6 million unemployed. The gap is 900,000. There's a lot more we can do. Success breeds success. Good business will bring these people back in. Higher wages will bring them back in. I don't think Ivanka's here, but her reskilling program will help bring people back in. That is so important in my judgment right now. Bullet 3, NFI small businesses and the Conference Board consumer sentiment continue strong, holding the high ground, historic lines, confidence. The day after the election, the confidence started. And it's not stopped. Just go straight. Really, the day after the election, it's the most remarkable thing I've ever seen. I've been covering this beat for a long time. Hasn't stopped yet. Bullet. Business equipment production. From the industrial production number yesterday, business equipment up 0.8% for the month, which is huge. 8.6% last 3 months. This is the capital spending, business investment side of the equation, which is so important, which will lead to more capital formation, more productivity, higher real wages, and of course higher unemployment. So business equipment strong. Bullet. Core retail sales that feed into GDP, 4.9% last 12 months. Big number. Bullet. Inflation hovering around 2% or even less last 3 months. Bullet. Atlanta Fed and St. Louis Fed both predicting 4% or better GDP growth in the third quarter. We'll get that number in about 10 days. We'd be thrilled with 3% plus. They're predicting 4. We had 4.2, as you know, in the second quarter, 3.2% in the first half of the year. They said it couldn't be done. It's happening. My story, I think the new Trump economy, this is my view, sir, blue-collar workers, small business, men and women owning and operating small business, as Linda has said, and of course energy production, extraordinary. We will be the world's dominant energy player, sir. We may already be, but we are gaining on it. We're passing the Saudis, we're about to pass the Russians. We've talked a lot about oil and natural gas and liquid natural gas and so forth. We are just about there, and we'll keep working on that. So we're in an economic boom, right? The naysayers said you couldn't do better than 1-2%. We have done better. A lot of people have talked about the tax cuts. You lower marginal tax rates, you create new incentives. You've basically re-incentivized the economy. That's what you've done. You've given it life, openings, oxygen, everything. This is just so important. The deregulation, massively important, as everybody said. Started in 2017, continuing now. I think, Linda, that's a big thing for the small businesses. No red tape. They're not worried about that stuff anymore. And with the lower tax rates, which also helps small business, you keep more of what you earn. Tax something less, you get more of it. And I think that's why people are going at it. I think it was you, when we had the economic summit a couple of weeks ago, was it you that asked owners to raise their hands? Somebody did. Anyway, 85% of the people in that audience own small business. And I'm just sitting there and the light bulb went off. This is the new Trump economy, along with the renaissance in blue-collar workers. And I want to echo Bob Lighthizer. I think the trade reform is contributing to this growth. I think the USMCA was pro-growth. Tremendous opportunities, market openings, farmers, manufacturing, financial services, protecting intellectual property, financial services. Anyway, it was a good deal. I agree. And it's going to be pro-growth. We're already seeing some of the benefits of this. Sir, I think you've basically ended the war on business. You've ended the war on success. And that's where this confidence and optimism is coming from. That's what I think you did. We are increasing, just hang with me for a minute. This is no one shot, what people are saying a sugar high. That's nonsense. This is not about pouring money into the economy the way our predecessors did unsuccessfully. This is an incentive model across the board which will increase the economy's potential to grow. That's what we're doing. And that's why we will be growthier than any year, I don't know, I'm saying the last 20 years. It could be greater than that. And I want to make a second point. If you increase the economy's potential to grow and you're putting out more goods and services, that can't be inflationary. In fact, it's counterinflationary. And another related point, with a 3.7% unemployment rate, you know, more people working and prospering cannot be inflationary. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. Various econometric models and various institutions notwithstanding, they are wrong. More people working and prospering is a good thing. We haven't seen it in a while. Wind up just a couple more bullets to illustrate what I think are my points. We have seen the biggest rise in blue-collar employment, since 1984, when I was still a Cub Scout working for President Reagan, going back to blue collars, sir, blue collars. Second, low-skilled and blue-collar workers are getting faster wage increases than the white collar at the top. This is something very new and different, okay? The middle and low end is outpacing the top end. I'm not against the top end. I love success. I'm just saying there's a catch-up going on in this country, which we have not seen in a very long time. Lowest paid Americans, 5% increase in weekly earnings in the second quarter. 5% increase. All workers, 1.7. In the retail sector, retail service sector, okay? 3.8% increase. Professional services, only 3%. And of course, the unemployment rate is 3.7%. So we are hitting all cylinders across the board. People are not getting left out this time around. Everybody's coming in. And we're going to see more of that as we employ. So tremendous optimism, tremendous confidence. Change in policies has a lot to do with it. You know, it has a confidence and an optimistic sense, and it has a real-world practical sense. Paychecks are getting fatter, and folks know that. And businesses are springing up, brand new businesses, and folks know that. And people are not unwilling to take new risks. I believe your message is not only at war and business over, I think you're telling folks to just take a rip at the ball, take a risk, and you stand behind them with your new policies, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's a total change from what we've had in the last 20 years, okay? Everybody thought it was impossible. It's possible. Tremendous turnaround. My old boss Reagan used to say, the best is yet to come. I would say to you, sir, the best is yet to come. It will get even growthier over time. Thank you.
Good job. Larry, have you done that before? I just asked Larry, has he done that before? I think so, Ben. What do you think? That was great. But he's never been this optimistic. I've watched Larry for many, many years. I hear that voice, that beautiful voice. I say, that's Larry. I can tell Larry in my sleep. And I've never seen him more positive than you've been in the last couple of months. And you've done a great job, but I appreciate you doing that.
I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Larry. Appreciate it. Then I think Larry's going to be very happy with what I'm going to say. I might as well leave the press to say it, because it'll put more pressure on all of the people gathered around our table. I'm going to ask each of you to come back with a 5% budget cut from your various departments, whether it's a secretary, an administrator, whatever. I'm going to ask everybody to come back with a 5% cut for our next meeting. I think you'll all be able to do it. There may be a special exemption, perhaps. I don't know who that exemption would be. If you can do more than 5, some of you will say, hey, I can do much more than 5. You know, I've heard about the penny plan for 15 years. 1 penny every year per dollar. 1 penny every year. After 4 or 5 years, the country's in good shape. I'm saying, let's not do the penny plan, let's do the 5-penny plan. I think you can do it. So I'd like to have everyone sitting around the table, your incredible domains that you preside over so brilliantly in some cases very well, some cases brilliantly. I would like you to come back with a 5% cut. Get rid of the fat, get rid of the waste, and I'm sure you can do it. I'm sure everybody at this table can do it. It'll have a huge impact. Last budget, we had to go because of the military. We had to fix our military. Our military is in the process of being fixed. Planes are being made, boats are being made, ships are being made, missiles, rockets, everything. Our nuclear is being brought to a level that nobody else can even imagine. Pray God we don't have to use it, but there'll be nothing like what we have, and there is nothing like what we have. And that's why I did that. I made deals with the devil in order to get that done, because we had to improve our military. Our military was depleted. It was in bad shape. Our great people in the military hadn't received a wage increase in more than 10 years. Now they're getting an increase, first time in more than 10 years. So I wanted to do that, and in order to get that done, because the Democrats won't vote for the military, they don't like the military, they don't like law enforcement, they don't like borders. You see what's happening with the border, where people are coming up in caravans and we have to stop them, even though the laws are terrible. The laws are terrible. Our laws are terrible. They're a laughing stock all over the world. And we're supposed to stop people with laws that aren't very good. But we're doing better than anybody else could possibly even think about. But I'd like you all to come back with a 5% cut. And I think if you can do more than that, we will be very happy. There are some people sitting at the table, I'm not going to point you out, but there are some people that can really do substantially more than that. Because now that we have our military taken care of, we have our law enforcement taken care of, we can do things that we really weren't in a position to do when I first came. So we'll see you at the next meeting. I'll see you many times before. I'm sure I'll speak to all of you during this term. But that's a very, very important request that I'm making of everybody sitting around this table. It's tremendous amounts of money, and it's something that we can do, and I believe we can actually do it easily. So rather than go
Afternoon. Thank you for your patience, first of all. I know I'm running a little bit behind, and as you guys like shiny objects, and my shirt's quite shiny today, I just want to do a little clarification. I'm wearing purple out of respect to this is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, so color's a little bit popping there for you, but that's the reason for the shirt. But the reason that we're here is very important also. Public safety involves a lot of things. In the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, our number one priority is keeping the community safe, and oftentimes that involves criminal investigations and dealing with dangerous offenders. But that's not the end of the scope. The scope is much broader, and because we cover such a significant surface area in our community, there are a lot of issues that we encounter. And as you know, yesterday we had a gentleman who fell into what was about a 100-foot hole and was there for a few days before a Good Samaritan identified that that person was there and came for help. So at about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we received the call, and our deputies responded, as well as our technical assistance posse. And everyone arrived on scene and was able to basically begin the efforts to the extraction about 4 o'clock. And by about 7 o'clock last night, they were able to safely extract the gentleman who had sustained numerous injuries, which we'll cover with you. But ultimately, the actions of the folks standing here with me and many others who are not present saved a life yesterday in a very challenging circumstance that had incredibly dangerous dynamics. So my only reason for speaking to you right now is just to give the credit and the recognition and to express gratitude for the exceptional work that was done yesterday. I do want to touch on the uniqueness of the relationship of what is one MCSO. You know, one MCSO, when we started talking about this, was a way to ensure that everyone in the organization recognized that we have civilian staff and detention staff and deputies who all work together to provide public safety. But one MCSO is also the volunteer posses who work every day in unique capacities to support and extend our ability to provide services for the community. And that's what the technical assistance posse does. They are exceptionally trained in rescues. They are exceptionally talented, and they are exceptional people because they are willing to volunteer their time to partner and oftentimes lead the effort in a rescue like yesterday. So really my intent here again is to hand it off to them, let them talk to you about what it's like to be in that circumstance, to recognize that a person under that type of duress in a dangerous situation not only needs to be extracted, but needs to have that level of comfort while they are still confined, that the people who are looking after them know what they're doing and are exceptional at what they do, and it's just a matter of time before they bring them out of that place into a safe place. So with me I have Deputy John Kelly, who's assigned to Lake Patrol, and he actually leads the search and rescue team for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I have Heather Zunino here with me, and she's a rescue technician assigned to the Technical Assistance Posse, and Roger Jensen, who is the commander. So again, my intent is to express gratitude that I am blessed and fortunate to be able to stand here as a sheriff in front of those who really do the job, and thank them for the exceptional job they did yesterday to save a life. But with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Kelly and allow him to speak about what they experienced yesterday and the success in the operation. So thank you very much. This is Deputy John Kelly.
Good afternoon. At 1 o'clock, as the sheriff said, we received the call of a subject down a 100-foot mine shaft. The responding deputies immediately realized, along with the fire department out there, that they did not have the abilities to extricate that subject. They asked for search and rescue. I called out the mountain rescue posse. They are very dedicated and highly skilled posse. They handle all of our high angle, low angle, confined space technical rescues. They responded with 15 personnel. I basically told them where our guy was. We devised a plan that kept everyone safe, and they put their equipment together and executed the plan. They can speak more to the actual systems they assembled or constructed to get that done.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Jensen. I'm a commander with Mountain Rescue Posse. 15 members responded from our group to effect a rescue. The gentleman that fell in the shaft was approximately 100 feet deep. The diameter was about 8 to 10 feet across, all the way throughout the entire length of the shaft. The bottom of it was rocky, had some debris, but otherwise didn't really pose any other significant hazards. Several of us rolled in on, we flew out on Fox 1. We were able to get on and get out there and get an early assessment done. We started to build some systems, some anchors, to be able to kind of set up and start working through the problem of how to get the gentleman out of the hole. As we set up our systems, we not only kind of worked on a plan A, but we developed a plan B and a plan C. So as we were building all of these systems, we were really thinking about anything that could possibly go wrong and how to mitigate that. So we executed on that plan, and we're safely able to evacuate the man from the hole and transfer him to the medevac crew, who were able to then fly him over to definitive care. So, Heather, do you want to jump in and talk a little bit about her training?
Sure. So we have lots of different. Okay. Heather Zunino, Zunino. I'm a rescue technician 1, and Mountain Rescue does a lot of different types of training. We do alpine, we do technical rock, search, we do swift water and underground, which is what we used yesterday and last night. We train in all different types of environments and in such a way that when all of these unique missions come about, we can adapt and come up with a safe extrication method so that we're keeping the patient as comfortable as possible and also keeping all of our team members safe.
I'm sure you have many questions, and we'll refer those to the appropriate folks who can answer them here. But I just want to reinforce this. As many of you know, the posse has been a big part of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And with that, there have been some questions or concerns relative to the operations of the posse and the appropriateness. This is the perfect example of expertise by volunteers who want to be a member of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office and extend our ability to provide public safety. So in these partnerships here, to, as I said earlier, to extend the MCSO family in a way that we bring exceptional people in with exceptional skills is the difference maker in challenging circumstances. So we're really proud to stand here and to recognize the posse members and the volunteers as part of the organization. But what questions do you have, and we'll make sure the right people answer those questions for you.
What attracted him to the mine to begin with?
Go ahead.
So the gentleman actually owned and operated the property. He's, from what I understand it, had worked that property for the last 20 years.
Did he slip and fall? Is that how you understand it?
No, so he wanted to explore the shaft. From what I understand, he actually erected that derrick, the metal structure that was over that shaft, within the last week. And so he put that in place so that he could lower himself down by rope and start, exploring and determining, what he wanted to do with that. From what we understand, he just lost the ability to control the friction on the descent down the rope. So he did, just had a kind of accelerated lowering at some point in the 100-foot shaft.
We know that there was a Good Samaritan that found him. How were you able to indicate that he was actually down there? Was he yelling up, or were you able to hear him?
Yeah, the gentleman reported that he knew that if he didn't show up by Tuesday night, he was going to go out there Wednesday and check on him. As soon as he drove up to the shaft, he heard his friend calling from the bottom of the shaft, and he could hear him audibly.
Would you talk about the injuries?
Not sure about the injuries. What we encountered was lower leg injuries. That would be consistent with some type of fracture or sprain. So we splinted that in place. Certainly had some signs and symptoms of dehydration. But other than that, he was in good spirits and seemed to be appropriately answering questions.
Are you the rescuer who was the first one to go down and make contact with him?
The rescuer that went down is not here today. I oversee the operation, so the operation falls under my responsibility, but unfortunately he couldn't be here today.
How did you go about going into to save this man? Because you have to be very careful to make sure when you're going down, to make sure it doesn't collapse. So how do you guys go about going into that?
Yeah, so we have a very detailed policy and procedure. It's a risk analysis that we perform at every one of our scenes. It takes some time to work through that. We want to make sure we mitigate all the risk. The number one risk in this situation is edge. We don't want the rocks falling down on top of the person that we're trying to go down and rescue. So we're very, very careful to move very cautiously and with purpose at the edge of the mine shaft to not cause anything to fall in. Many other risk factors there, but that's the primary one.
In terms of communication, was this a matter of just yelling down, and I'm thinking 100 feet, that is a long way, or were they communicating on their cell phone?
We were able to establish voice contact, but the early officers that arrived on scene were able to drop a two-way radio to them, so they were able to communicate with a little bit easier over the two-way radio.
Which of you two had the most contact with him?
I did.
Can you tell us any more about what did he say as this rescue's happening?
He was very calm. You know, we check on his vital signs every 5 minutes, so we're constantly interacting with him just to check and see, you know, how's he medically, and you know, very favorable vital signs throughout the entire operation. He was in good spirits. He was happy to see everybody there. He was very thankful for us and what we did. At the very end, when we brought him out of the hole, he just commented on how smooth it was, and just, you know, really thanked us for the effort to get him out of that situation.
You said that he was dehydrated, but how much longer could he have been in that condition that he was in?
Well, it depends on somebody's will to live and how much they want to press on. So every situation is different. It's difficult to answer that question.
What was the biggest challenge for search and rescue on this, and how did you overcome that challenge?
You know, the biggest challenge on that particular situation was the size of the mine shaft. It was pretty wide-mouthed. And then the derrick that was the metal structure that was over the hole, definitely presented some concern. We really had to do some risk analysis on that to determine if we were going to use it or not. Ultimately, we did use it, and it helped us, you know, effect the rescue safely and in the safest way that we possibly could have done that.
How did he deal with those rattlesnakes? There were, what, 2 or 3? How did he deal with them?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask that of the person that we rescued. We didn't encounter any snakes when we entered the mine shaft, so whatever he had dealt with, he did before we arrived.
Will the mine shaft continue to be open for others to go and try doing the same?
It's his private property, so it is posted. I can report that, you know, the shaft has fencing around it. There's signs. All the appropriate safety precautions, I think, to you know, prevent public from going in has been taken care of.
Take a couple more, and then we're. What was this experience like for you?
It definitely, you know, very technical, very challenging operation. So we approach it very carefully, very cautiously. We just take our time to make sure that we're doing it correctly and we're not going to cause any injury, any safety issues. The biggest thing is just tuning out everybody that wants to go fast and making sure that we're doing all of the steps that we need to do. We monitor the air quality as we lower people into the hole. We have all of our processes and procedures in place to make sure that nobody else gets hurt. So it's just sticking to the policies to make sure that we don't deviate from those and that everybody goes home safe.
And is there anything that he said that has kind of just like stuck with you? Anything that he might have told you as you were talking to him?
Just the gratitude for the rescue. He was very happy to see us, and as well as his friend, and he thanked his friend for being there to save him and to make sure that he called for help.
Do you know anything about this mine, of how old it might have been, or?
I do not.
How many times has your team had to do this type of rescue?
Abandoned mine shafts or active mine shafts, we average about one of these about every 12 to 16 months. Luckily, the message for the public is, you know, stay out, stay alive. For the most part, I think people listen to that message and want to stay out of these dangerous situations. So The State Mine Inspector's Office does a good job of promoting that safety message, and I think that's something the viewers should take heed today. They see a mine shaft, they should stay away from those. Definitely don't get close to them. The chances of the ground caving in or giving way underneath their feet, very, very, very high probability, so it's just best to stay away from those and avoid the curiosity.
How lucky is this individual to be alive?
I think he's a very, very fortunate individual. Everything worked out in a very favorable way for him.
How big was your crew that was in the search and rescue?
We totaled 30 members, and we had about half of them respond to the mission.
Would you recommend anyone who is going to go into a mine to do what this gentleman did? To tell a friend? Because his friend checked up on him if he didn't show up. Would you recommend someone tell it?
Yeah, so I would caution, we wouldn't recommend anybody go into a mine, but yeah, anybody going out into the outdoors or where they're going to be alone and not have anybody around to help them or back them up. That includes hiking trips in the mountains. File a trip plan with somebody, a family member or relative, and let them know where you're going to be and what time you think you'll be back. If you go past that time, give them the permission to call 911 and to effect, help to come and help them out.
Again, thank you very much for being here. Obviously, you can see this was a very unique and challenging occasion, but I can't express my gratitude enough for the team and express my pride in the Sheriff's Office and moments such as these when we're able to do something special to save a life out there. So thank you guys for supporting this opportunity.
Can you get the spelling of Roger's last name? Because I'm trying to read it and I can't.
Y-E-N-S-E-N.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good time to come
Yeah.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Pilar Arias hopping back onto the Fox News Now set. I am just getting word about a crash that I believe Skyfox is over. I'll have that for you in just a moment. All right, well, wherever Skyfox was, they have just left the scene. So now we are looking at traffic picking up right there by State Farm Stadium ahead of tonight's Thursday night football matchup that's going to be airing right on Fox 10 Phoenix against the Broncos and the Cardinals. All right, everybody, we are coming up on 4:15 in the afternoon here in Phoenix, Arizona. That means they are about an hour away from kickoff. Who's excited? I'm a football fan myself, honestly. All eyes are on us here in Phoenix, Arizona, sports world and political world, and that's because tonight the Sun Devils are playing, the Cardinals are playing. Later tonight, President Trump's going to be arriving from Montana, and then tomorrow we've got his rally right here in Mesa, Arizona. We're going to continue to keep a very close eye on State Farm Stadium. We have all those gorgeous-looking live shots. Crowd starting to pack in ahead of kickoff, less than an hour away. But meanwhile, let's watch today's United Nations daily press briefing. Here in Mesa, Arizona, we're going to continue to keep a very close.
Thank you. Buck, is Betty Davis? Do you know what Betty Davis said? Of course. What did she say? What's the Betty Davis quote?
Take your seat.
Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy night. Yes. Come on. If you can't quote Betty Davis, don't show up at the briefing. Yeah, I know, exactly. Not like us.
Not like you.
Yes, exactly. All right. Good afternoon. Nikolai Mladenov, the special coordinator for the Middle East peace process, warned the Security Council this morning that Gaza is imploding. In a intervention via video conference, he noted that the World Bank recently said that the Gazan economy is in a free fall with an official unemployment rate of 53% and over 70% amongst Palestinian youth. Every second person in Gaza now lives below the poverty line. At the same time, he said there's a growing consensus and determination among key international and regional partners on moving forward to defuse the powder keg that is Gaza. He said the humanitarian efforts there are taking place in coordination with and the support of the Egyptian efforts to bring Gaza back under the full control of the legitimate Palestinian government. He added the government's return to Gaza and the lifting of the suffocating movements and access restrictions are necessary for addressing the humanitarian economic needs of the population in a sustainable manner. Mr. Mladenov also said that the violence is on the rise and that Israeli authorities have continued the demolition and confiscation of Palestinian-owned structure in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. He once called on Israel to cease demolitions and other measures that run contrary to the obligations under international law. And he noted the recent killings of 2 Israelis and 1 Palestinian in the West Bank, which he condemned in the strongest terms, while calling on everyone to stand up to violence and condemn terrorism. And turning to Syria, today the UN and the Syrian Arab Red Crescent delivered food and wheat and flour to 13,500 women and children and men in al-Lajat in southern Syria. This is the second such convoy to the area. This week, 2 days ago, the UN and the Red Crescent delivered food and wheat flour for 14,000 people in need. Between July and September, the UN provided food aid for more than 630,000 people in the south of Syria, mostly delivering through the Red Crescent. The UN continues to call on all parties to allow for the safe, sustained, and unimpeded access to all people in need in line with their obligations under international humanitarian law. And a new UN report has documented the immense suffering of civilians in South Sudan's western equatorial region, where 900 people were abducted and 24,000 forced to flee their homes during the surge of violence between April and August of this year. The report, jointly published by the UN Peacekeeping Mission and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, notes that starting in April, the Sudan Liberation Army in opposition and the Sudan People's Liberation Army engaged in attacks that resulted to harm of civilians. The High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, called for the release of the abducted civilians and said it was essential for the government of South Sudan to hold the perpetrators to account. For his part, David Shearer, the special representative of the Secretary General for South Sudan, said the country's new peace agreement puts the onus on the warring parties to ensure that no atrocities are committed in the future. And yesterday, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, announced that a decision had been taken not to declare the ongoing Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo a public health emergency of international concern. The decision was taken during a meeting of the International Health Regulation Emergency Committee. The committee also expressed concern about the outbreak and emphasized the need for the response to be intensified, and they highlighted the risk that the outbreak could spread to neighboring countries remains very high. It added that resources are needed to be made available immediately for the ongoing response and for preparedness in surrounding provinces and countries. And after you're done with me, you will hear from Monica on behalf of the President of the General Assembly, and then our guests will be Biense Gawanas, the Special Advisor on Africa, along with Ibrahim Mayaki, the Chief Executive Officer of the new Partnership for Africa's Development, otherwise known as NEPAD. They will brief you on the Africa Dialogue series, which is currently taking place. And at 1:15, there'll be a briefing by Suela Janina, Chair of the Committee on Enforced Disappearances, and Bernard Duhaine, Chair of the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances. And tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Felipe Gonzalez Morales, the Special Rapporteur on the human rights of migrants, will be here to answer your questions.
Hi, Steph. UNCA has just hosted a press conference with the Committee to Protect Journalists, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Reporters Without Borders, where they all collectively called for Turkey to request the Secretary General to appoint an independent panel of investigators to probe the disappearance of Jamal Khashoggi in Turkey. Would the Secretary General be open to such a request, premised on similar investigation appointed by Ban Ki-moon into the assassination of Benazir Bhutto?
Okay, a couple of points to make. One, the Secretary General has repeatedly called for the truth to come out in this situation, that he remains very concerned about the fate of Mr. Khashoggi. We understand there are a number of investigations, investigation led by Turkey underway. So that's the first focus. The call from Human Rights Watch was made to the government of Turkey, so I can't answer for them. As a matter of principle, the Secretary General can initiate an investigation if all the parties involved request it, or if there's a legislative mandate from a UN body. So we're a little removed right now in terms of hypotheses. We'll obviously follow the situation, but for the Secretary General, it's very important that the truth come out.
You are correct that there have been calls for a credible investigation, but given the two countries involved here and their record of treatment of journalists, it's Turkey, which is listed by CPJ as one of the worst abusers of journalists in the world, and Saudi Arabia, and I think that speaks for itself. Does the Secretary General have confidence that these two governments can lead a credible and independent investigation that will, at the end, deliver the facts?
Before we answer that question, I think we need to let the initial investigation play out. Edie.
Point of clarification. If Turkey called for an investigation, asked the Secretary General to launch an investigation, and Saudi Arabia didn't go along, could the Secretary General in that case still launch an investigation?
All right, we're getting into a hypothetical zone that my boss doesn't like me to. Let me try to please you and my boss as well, maybe in a reverse order. In terms of hypotheticals, we'll remove the countries involved. Obviously, legislative mandate. If there is a request by a country for the Secretary General to launch an investigation to something that happened in their country, the Secretary General could do that. Obviously, there is also. So we'll leave it at that. But I think we're still we're waiting to see what the initial results are. James,
you say it's hypothetical, but clearly, if the Secretary General got that request, it's something he would need to move on quickly, and you would have to do.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying, he would have, if he got that request, he would have to take that request under advisement.
But also, you'd want to move quite fast. Is there any preparatory work being done at this stage?
I think we need to take things one step at a time. Errol.
Yes, just follow up, obviously, on this topic. You mentioned legislative mandate. What about moral authority? Those three organizations in ANCA called upon Secretary General to lead, to exercise his supreme moral authority, and to ask this investigation not to be whitewashed either by Turkey or by Washington or any other states.
I would refer you to what the Secretary General, I think, said to the BBC in Indonesia, where he said, I think, first of all, we need to have a strong request for the truth. To be clear, we need to know exactly what has happened, and we need to know who is responsible for it. So there is an investigation going on. The UN is an organization of rules and regulations, and obviously any investigation needs to have the cooperation of the parties.
But are you, follow up please, are you afraid that while taking that time, needed time obviously for rules and obligations, things could be really whitewashed? It's not a matter of being afraid or not afraid. It's a matter of calling for the truth to come out and taking things one step at a time. Did the Secretary General talk to any time soon or recently with Washington, Riyadh, or Ankara?
There have been discussions had with both the Turkish authorities and the Saudi authorities. Stefano.
Yes, speaking with Sharon Tadros of the Amnesty International that just was there on the press conference, I asked if in a situation like this, if her organization in approaching the UN had problem or more obstacles when it has to do with Saudi Arabia. This was asked after the press conference because there was no time, but she answered me and said, I talked this during the press conference. Yes, of course, when it's with Saudi Arabia, at the United Nations, there are much more obstacles. Reason, money. Means there is a major contributor.
I'm glad. What's the Q&A? There was a Q&A with those people. No. What's your question to me?
So it comes with a question. If not, the people will not know what I'm asking for.
We're pretty informed
with
here,
the Guterres, we know that this happened actually in the past, with, for example, with Ban Ki-moon. But with the Guterres administration, is this happening when it has to do with Saudi Arabia? Maybe things are taken more casually. I mean, caution is more.
There are 193 member states in this organization, all with rights and responsibilities. The Secretary General speaks out when he needs to speak out, and I would refer you to the past statements he's made on the issue that you've raised. Hamid.
A follow up with the same question. So you said the SG can send an investigation team in two cases, if he is mandated by the Security Council, for example, or requested by a member state. Is there another third option when the SG himself initiate an investigation mission due to the moral authority he has or due to the brutality of the crime or war crimes or
I will leave the answer to what I've already said. For investigations to be useful and to be productive, they need the cooperation of the parties involved. Madame.
Hello, from the Portuguese news agency. I wanted to ask, how's the mission of peacekeeping for the Central African Republic? Yesterday, the Security Council had another meeting, and we know that MINUSCA is almost ending its mandate in November. So I would like to know, how is it for the Central African Republic and for the countries like Portugal that have their militaries there?
We would expect the mandate of the mission to be renewed. Yes, sir.
This is a question, so you can. I think you will like it. You will like it. Does the Secretary General thinks that we journalists should put this, fuss and this energy also when he's not a journalist involved?
It is really not to him or to me to tell you how to do your job. On that note, I will leave Monica to do her job and answer your questions. And then
All right. The roof is open there at State Farm Stadium ahead of the matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Denver Broncos. Who do y'all think is going to win? Pilar Arias here with you on Fox News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. For those of you waiting for the President Trump rally in Montana, that's supposed to happen at 5:30 Arizona time. As long as we have a camera there and we are allowed to take the live picture, we will do so. So don't you worry there. Meanwhile, if anything else breaks, we will have you covered. Take a look at traffic in the area as well, heading to the stadium. Right-hand side of your screen, ADOT camera. You can see all those people getting off the freeway right there near the stadium, trying to get to the game. We are about 40 minutes away from kickoff, and yes, you can watch the game on Fox 10 Phoenix. They are doing a pregame show right now already. Please tune in, and thanks for always joining us on air and online. I do just want to give you all a heads up that we are 35 minutes away from the anticipated start time of the President Trump rally in Missoula, Montana. So I have asked our sources when that live picture is going to come up. As soon as it does, I will bring it to you. All right, I just heard back. It looks like they are not planning on putting up the Trump rally live picture until it gets very close to him actually speaking in Missoula, Montana. Again, that is scheduled for 5:30 Arizona time, 8:30 Eastern. When and if I get it, I will pull it up for you. All right, for those not into sports or have just possibly had enough of this coverage today, we are going to head out to Montana. President Trump arriving for his rally, which should be getting underway very soon here. Again, you're watching it live on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com.
and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump!
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
I love these hangers. I love a hanger. There's nothing like a hanger. You get out of the plane, you walk over, and we have massive crowds. We don't have to turn so many away, but there are a lot of people still trying to get in. Should we wait or should we start right now? Start. We start. It's a great crowd. Oh. Montana, to me, is a very big and powerful state, I can tell you that. At least it will be after Matt Rosendale becomes your senator. He's great. But I'm thrilled to be here in Montana with thousands of loyal, hardworking, incredible American patriots. Hard to believe I'm saying this, because it was an incredible time. Less than 2 years ago, but almost 2 years ago, right? That was some day, that was some evening, that was some period. That was a movement like we've never, ever seen before. And here we are again. It's going to be like, doesn't seem long, but it flies. You know, when you're having a good time and when you're doing a good job, time flies, right? Time flies. And in just 19 days, the people of this incredible state are going to send Matt Rosendale to the U.S. Senate to protect your jobs and protect your Second Amendment, which is under siege. This, I would think, is a very big Second Amendment place. I wouldn't want to be the one that walks into your house and says, give me that gun. Right? Nobody has the courage to do that. But Matt is going to protect your Second Amendment, and he's going to defend your borders, and we're doing a good job in those borders with the worst laws you've ever seen, and we are making America great again together. Really are. This is truly our country. It just fell to the lowest level. Think of that. More Americans are now working than ever before. Here in Montana, household incomes have reached an all-time high. Think of that. Think of that. And we watch Montana. We watch your miners. We watch your loggers, your ranchers, your farmers. We watch Montana. And you know, 2 years ago, you watched over me because we won this state by a lot. Right? That was one of those quickies. I love those states. You know, the polls closed. Polls have just closed in the state of Montana. Trump has won Montana. You know, it's like they say it because when it's that big, they announce it within seconds. We like the it's just a flowing. They do comma. They don't do it. They do a comma. Trump has won Montana. But you've been great to me. We're also taking care of your veterans. You have a lot of veterans in Montana. And our military, you know, we've rebuilt and are rebuilding our military will soon be more powerful than ever before. And hopefully we won't have to use it. But there's something about having it. All of a sudden they say, okay, let's forget about that. That's the way life works, isn't it? We're going to have the most powerful military by far that we've ever had. And a lot of it's already coming, those brand new, beautiful planes, those incredible stealth F-35s. You have the F-35, you have the F-18s, the Super Dupers, the Hornets. We have them all. We got them coming left and right. And you know the great thing? There's nothing more important than the military, but we build them all right here in the USA. We don't send them to other countries to be built. We build them right here. We have the best military equipment in the world. We build the best. There's nothing even close. Best missiles, best planes, best ships, best everything. We build them here, and there's nothing like best submarines. Submarines, we're so far ahead of everybody, forget it. Under Republican leadership, America is booming. America is thriving, and America is winning because we are finally putting America first again. It's America first. You know that. We're putting America first. You haven't heard that for a long time. For many, many decades, you haven't heard. Just last week, we achieved another historic victory for the American people. In a beautiful ceremony at the White House, we proudly swore in the newest member of the United States Supreme Court, Justice Brett Kavanaugh. And those Democrats treated him badly, very unfair. That was an unfair deal. From the second the Supreme Court vacancy opened, Democrats were on a heartless campaign of political and personal destruction. It was disgraceful. Before he was even chosen, before I even knew who I was going to pick, they were saying horrible things about my candidate. I said, I haven't picked anyone yet. With great people. That was terrible. What they did was terrible. And what they did to Brett Kavanaugh and his beautiful family is a national disgrace that will not be soon forgotten. Remember that. And come Election Day, Americans will remember Kavanaugh, and they will remember all sorts of other things because that was a shameful act. And there are many other shameful acts, including what they're doing to our border by saying, we're not going to give you the laws that you need to protect our country. But we're taking it and we're doing it, and we have great things happening. This will be an election of Kavanaugh, the caravan, law and order, and common sense. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be an election of those things. Law and order, Kavanaugh. Remember common sense. And remember, it's going to be an election of the caravan. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And now we're starting to find out, and I won't say it 100%. I'll put a little tiny question mark at the end. But we're probably not going to need it. But we have the fake news back there. Fake news. But a lot of money's been passing to people to come up and try and get to the border by election day because they think that's a negative for us. Number one, they're being stopped. And number two, regardless, that's our issue. So this is the problem with them. They have one thing, they stick together. They vote together. They're bad politicians. They have horrible policy. They hate ICE. They don't like our military. They don't like our vets. They're always fighting us on that. They have lousy policy. The one thing, they stick together. But they wanted that caravan, and there are those that say that caravan didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. A lot of reasons that caravan, 4,000 people. But I just want to thank the Mexican government because they're stopping it, hopefully, before it ever gets to Mexico. As you know, I'm willing to send the military to defend our southern border if necessary. All caused because of the illegal immigration onslaught brought by the Democrats because they refuse to acknowledge or to change the laws. They like it. They also figure everybody coming in is going to vote Democrat. You know. Hey, they're not so stupid when you think about it, right? But they are crazy, and the crazy Democrats refuse to support any form of border security legislation to fix our absolutely horrible, old-fashioned, loophole-ridden immigration laws. We have the worst laws anywhere in the world. We have the dumbest laws anywhere in the world. Somebody comes in and we say, excuse me, a foot hits the ground. You know, if a foot hits the ground, we're not allowed to say, hey, go back. Every other country in the world, they say, go back. Can't come in, sorry. A foot hits the ground. We have to, by law, with these horrible people that are making their own rulings, having nothing to do with our Constitution, we have to take those people in, even if they're criminals. And we have hardened criminals coming in. You think those people are perfect? They're not perfect. You have some hardened, bad people coming in. And by law, we have to take their name, and then we have to release. It's called catch and release. You ever hear this one? You catch them, you find out about them. Even if you find out bad things, you catch them and you release them. And then you say, come back for a court case. There's only a problem. There's not enough judges in the world to take care of it. And I will say, I have caused the problem. I'm taking full blame. You know why? Everyone's like in shock. It's my, hey, look, fake news. It's my problem. I caused it. Because I have created such an incredible economy. I have created so many jobs. I've made this country with you so great that everybody wants to come in. So they're all pouring in or trying to. So with the worst laws in the world, we're doing a hell of a job. But we've made our country strong. We've made our country respected, and people want to come in. Most importantly, what we have to do, we need votes, meaning we need Republicans to vote. You know, you keep hearing we have a majority. We have a majority that if somebody has a cold, if somebody's not feeling well, we lose our majority. That's how it is. It's not a, we have like almost like identical. We have to have more votes so we can put in strong, conservative, Republican, but common sense. It's not even Republican, conservative. It's common sense policies. It's common sense. That's why we have a lot of Democrats that support us, frankly. We have a lot of the Democrats that aren't crazy. They're intelligent. Because the Democrat Party has gone so far left that nobody knows what to do. It's become radical resistance. You ever see their signs? Resist. They say, what are you going to resist? I don't know. You ever see when the fake news interviews them and then they try and cut it, but they'll go to a person holding a sign who gets paid by Soros or somebody, right? That's what happens. Well, did you see with now Justice Kavanaugh, did you see, and by the way, also with Justice Neil Gorsuch, how good is he? That's a great two people. But did you see the signs? They're brand new. They're beautiful, the black and white signs. Everybody has the same size, right from the finest printer in Washington. You think the people, those are not signs made in the basement. They're all identical. And I pointed that out, and the next day everybody had signs that looked like they were made in the basement. I didn't see any of the black and white ones. It's a whole, hey, look, there's a lot of rigged things going on in this country. You know about that. There are a lot of rigged things going on in that. Just ask Bernie Sanders. You think things are rigged, Bernie? You think things are rigged, Bernie? You could ask me, too. I could tell you about rigging, I tell you what. But we fight like nobody ever fought before. You know what we do? We fight, and we fight, and we win, and we fight harder than anybody ever fought. And then they say, oh, it's obstruction. It's obstruction. If you fight back today, it's called obstruction. No, no, no. We fight back. Call it whatever the hell you want. We fight back. Obstruction. You know, I just walked in, and a big, strong guy grabbed me, and he was almost crying. And it happens every time, and many times. And he said, "Sir, Mr. President, thank you so much for saving our country." And you know, now I hear it all the time, those exact words, thank you for saving our country. And at first I had to think about it months ago. I really had to think about it. You see what we did with taxes, forget taxes, with so many things more important than taxes, although those big tax cuts, they did come in handy, didn't they? Everybody benefited from that. But regulation, so many things, you add it all up and they say, thank you very much, Mr. President, for saving our country. Well, the truth is, we have all together, because this has been a movement like we've never seen before in this country, like probably almost every country. They've never seen a movement like what happened with us in 2016. And we all together, not me, I'm a spokesperson. By the way, how have I done? Have I done okay? I was speaking to a big politician the other day. It was sort of funny, and he was great. He's a great guy. But he was trying to make a point. He wanted me to do something a certain way. He said, "Sir, I've won 5 elections. I've run 8 times. So I've won, sir, 5. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I've been doing this for a long time. So think of it. He runs 8 times. Sir, I won 5 elections." I said, "Well, you got me there. I ran once, and I won 1 election, but it's the presidency, right?" That's right. The presidency. It's the presidency. That's true. Think of it. We're 1 for 1. We're going to soon be 2 for 2, and that's going to be it. Although a lot of the fake news said that he's not going to stop at 8 years. He's going longer. We'll never take it away from him. This is like the group of people. First they say he doesn't know what he's doing. Perhaps he's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's terrible. Then 2 minutes later say, he's got it for 8 years. He's going to take it for long. You can't have both. You can only go one way or the other. You can't do both. Now, 8 years is going to be fine, right? 8 years is going to be fine. That's all the time we need. That's all the time we need to make America great again. Make America great again. Is that maybe the greatest slogan in the history of runs? You remember Hillary's slogan? That was the worst slogan. She paid like $1 million for some guy to make this slogan. And after I dissected it at one speech, they changed it the next day. Come together, or some terrible. Come together. Oh, she's a great unifier, right? Great. She's a great unifier. Crooked Hillary is a great unifier. It is incredible, the deep state, where they don't even look at her. Isn't it incredible? Think of it. 33,000 emails She gets a subpoena from the United States Congress. Forget about all the other things. Forget about, and you can never forget about Benghazi, ever. But forget about everything else. Never forget Benghazi. But forget about all the other things. 33,000 emails. She gets a subpoena. Not like a subpoena from you or that young person right back there. A subpoena from the United States Congress. She gets it. Then she deletes 33,000 emails. And she acid washes. This way, it's a very expensive process, never used. It's never used because it costs so much. It's called acid washing. It's called bleach pit. It's called 5 different names. But I like acid wash because that really says it. She acid washes 33,000 so that nobody can ever find them. But they're around someplace. I think that maybe they're at the State Department. The State Department. We have a great man now at the State Department, Mike Pompeo. But maybe they're at the State Department. They could very well be at the Department of Justice. You can believe that whole deal. But we're just being quiet. We're being quiet. You know why? There's been no collusion. Can you imagine? Think of this. I was on the plane before. I told somebody, let's say we're losing the state of Montana. That'll never happen. And I get an urgent call from my people in Montana, and I'm in New York or I'm in Washington, and they say, sir, we're losing the state of Montana. Is there anything you can do? Can you imagine me saying, I don't know what to do. Gee, let's call the Russians. Maybe they could help. Can you believe the stupidity of this? Let's call the Russians. If I ever called the Russians, the first one to know about it would be the state of Montana, and they wouldn't be too happy. Can you imagine? Let's call the Russians. It's a disgrace. It was an excuse made by the Democrats for losing an election that, frankly, they should win because the Electoral College, remember, I couldn't get 270. There was no way to 270. You need 270. There was no, I went to, that's exactly right, 306. I went, that's right. You heard how many times a year? There is no way. So I went to Maine. I love Maine, by the way. One vote. Got one. So I went to Maine 4 or 5 times. I love the people of Maine. And I ended up winning that one, but I didn't need it because we won Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and a lot of states. No, I'll tell you what, it was an exciting time. And next time, Democrats are going to learn where they have to run. You got to run in the right places. These were not great competitors, but they were fine. Actually, they were more effective, in my opinion, after the election than before the election. Does that make any sense? You know, that to me makes a lot of sense. Wise guys. The Democrats have turned. I love you too. Who said that? Who said that? It's finally a woman. You know, I get it from the men all the time. And so far, every guy that said I love you, they're just not my type. I finally heard it from a woman. Thank you. Thank you. And look at all the women for Trump signs. Here we go again. It's the same thing. Everyone says, but will he get the women? There are, you know, these fakers on television, the pundits, you know, real geniuses. They've really done well in predicting me. He's never going to run. He has too good a life. He's just doing it for fun. He'll never run, but he's having a good time. I said, that's a good time? So I run. Then September, one by one, we knock them off. Remember? 18 people, 17 opponents, very talented opponents in many cases. Not in all cases, but in many cases. I remember Charles Krauthammer, and he was talking. Good. Well, he treated you better than he treated me. That's okay. But he was talking about the field. I hadn't entered. And he said, why would he do this? This is the single greatest field of Republicans ever assembled for an election. And I looked at my wife. By the way, how good is our First Lady? Very good. she's doing great. People love our First Lady. Look at all the signs. We love our First Lady. We love our First Lady. Just came back from Africa. Just came back from Africa. And she got great. People thought they love her. She went into areas that it was sad because such poverty. She went in with her arms wide open. And the New York Times and some others, all they could talk about, she wore a certain hat. And they said it represented a colonialization. And everybody was trying to figure, and I think it came out of Los Angeles. I think they actually bought it in Los Angeles, which is such a, but they love the job she's doing. And yesterday they had a problem, right? You saw that fire on the plane. And I got a call, sir, your wife is up in the air. There's a fire on the plane. I said, don't tell me that. Don't tell me. And they came down quickly. Great people, great pilots, great pilots. And she was cool. She was cool. I did have to, once I found out everything, I asked, how was she? Was she scared? No, sir. What was she like? She was so cool, we couldn't believe it. Everybody else had cloth on their face, and I probably would have also. Cloth that was water, right? Wet on their face. She sat there. Hey, what else is new? That's the way she is. She's a great First Lady. She's doing an incredible job. And you think it's easy for her to be a First Lady. Not so easy. She's done an incredible job. But Charles Krauthammer, so he said, there's never been a field like this. And I actually went to my wife. I said, you know, a very smart man just said there's never been a field so talented as this. But one by one, and they are, and now a lot of them are friends of mine. Almost all of them are friends of mine. You know, you go through wars together, and then if you're smart and if they're smart, you get along. I have great relationships. Ted Cruz has become a friend of mine. He's doing great in Texas. Marco Rubio, Chris Christie, Mike Huckabee, he was in there at the beginning. Remember, he got up and he said, I don't know what you guys are wasting your time for. Nobody's going to beat Trump. Why are you doing this? You can't beat him. In fact, you remember he said, in fact, I just went out and bought a Trump tie, and I'm dropping out after this debate, but none of you guys are going to beat Trump. That was Mike Huckabee. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. It was very good for my ego. In fact, that might have been my worst debate because I was so impressed with what he said. I didn't think about anything. Now, Mike is great. We had such great people. We had such great people and a lot of talented people. And the end result is this is where we are, and we're doing a lot of good. The Democrats have truly turned into an angry mob, bent on destroying anything or anyone in their path, and your senator is one of them. Let me tell you, your senator is disgraceful what he did. This election, you will decide which party is in control of Congress. That's true. And if they win, even if they win the House, it's going to be just fighting. It's going to be, you love my hair? Thank you. She knows what to say. She knows how to make me happy. I love your hair. Well, the one thing that has been really great about this whole endeavor. They used to say, he wears a hairpiece. He wears a hair. They don't say that anymore. These people have seen me under every condition known to man. I haven't heard that one in over a year. You know, when you're walking around and the wind is going crazy and you're inspecting like I did the other day, the incredible hurricane, this horrible Hurricane Michael that devastated Florida and Georgia, and Alabama got hit hard. And then a couple of weeks before, and Michael got a piece of them too, but a couple of weeks before, I went to North Carolina, South Carolina. You look at what happened in a little piece of Virginia, and you walk around in those conditions, you can't fake it. You can't fake it. So that's one good thing. Nobody ever says that anymore. That's might be one of the best things that's happened to me in a long time. Because my whole life, they said, is it or isn't it? Barbara Walters interviewed me. Do you mind if I play with your hair? Remember that? And then numerous people have done that, but that's okay. But the choice could not be more clear. Democrats produce mobs. Republicans produce jobs. By the way, this is the most beautiful sky. Well, it's big sky. I guess there's a reason for everything, right? No, I got out and I'm looking. I've been here many times, but I got out and I'm looking. I say, that really is big sky. That's beautiful. Not only big, it's really beautiful sky. Someday, one of you will explain exactly why, but that is a beautiful, beautiful big sky. But Nancy Pelosi, crying Chuck Schumer, and the radical Democrats, they want to raise your taxes. They want to impose socialism on our incredible nation, make it Venezuela, because that's what's going to happen. They want to take away your health care because you won't be able to have it. Our country won't be able to afford it. Destroy your Second Amendment and throw open your borders to deadly drugs and vicious gangs, because plenty of them are coming across, and a lot of drugs. Democrats have become the party of crime. It's true. Who would believe you could say that and nobody even challenges it? Nobody, who would believe? I started a couple of months ago, I said, they've really become the party of crime. I said, I'm going to put that in. I'm going to say that when I make speeches. Nobody's ever challenged it. Maybe they have. Who knows? I have to always say that, because then they'll say, they did actually challenge it. And they'll put then they'll say, he gets a Pinocchio. So maybe they did challenge it, but not very much. It's become they have become the party of crime because of what they do. They would rather devastate American communities than defend America's borders. The Democrat Party has become too extreme to be trusted with power. Their radical policies are a danger to your family and to your country. If you want to drain the swamp, you must defeat the Democrats, and you must defeat Senator Jon Tester. I mean, he's a super liberal. How do you? I know you people. I won by a fortune of votes, right? Like many, many, many votes. And I know you. You know me. I know you. How the hell did you ever elect that guy? How did you pull that off? So we're thrilled to be joined tonight by somebody who's been working with me, and an incredible guy, a great human being, and a very talented senator, but somebody that loves you and he loves the country, Senator Steve Daines. Steve. He is a great guy. Tell you what, he is, the strong, silent type. They're the ones I like the best. I want to be that way someday. Now, Steve Daines he's been a great representative. He loves this state. I also want you to go and vote for an incredible Montana leader, somebody that's gone to Congress and in a short period of time, one of the most respected people in Congress, Greg Gianforte. Hey, Greg, come up, Greg.
Let me just say, on behalf of all of Montana, Mr. President, thank you for giving us hope again.
He's so smart. We've had people, you're on live television all over the place. And we've had people get up, speak for 20, 25 minutes. And these guys are going crazy. That's not the deal. But Greg is smart. And by the way, never wrestle him. You understand that? Never. Any guy that can do a body slam, he's my kind. He's my guy. I shouldn't say this because there's nothing to be embarrassed about. So I was in Rome with a lot of the leaders from other countries talking about all sorts of things. And I heard about it. And we endorsed Greg very early. But I had heard that he body slammed a reporter. And he was way up. And he was way up. And I said, oh, this was like the day of the election or just before. And I said, oh, this is terrible. He's going to lose the election. Then I said, well, wait a minute. I know Montana pretty well. I think it might help him. And it did. No, he's a great guy. Tough cookie. Greg's opponent, Kathleen Williams, is a radical, far-left Democrat. She's going to be voting with Nancy Pelosi and Maxine Waters, the great Maxine Waters. That's another beauty, isn't it? Williams wants to massively raise your taxes, and she supports Pelosi's cap-and-trade tax, which is a disaster, and it would kill the Montana coal industry that we all rebuilt together in a very short period of time. Any miners in the audience, please? How are you guys happy, right? Better believe it. It's coming back. Clean coal. I say beautiful, clean coal. And we have more of it than anybody. And Kathleen Williams supports open borders. She opposes the wall, which we've started, and we've done a lot of work on it, but I'd like to get it done quickly. Give us the money, and we'll do it fast, but we've started it. We got $1.6 billion, $1.6 billion, and $1.6 billion. And I want to get it finished. We need it now. And by the way, if this scene of people pouring up, if that doesn't make people want to build a wall, you know, in 2006, all these people, just about all of them, they wanted a wall. They know it's the right thing. They just don't want to give us the victory. It's not like Schumer says, oh, gee, you have it over. Israel has a wall. Bibi Netanyahu, think of it. He said it worked 99.9%, their wall. They have a big wall. It's in the form of a very tough fence. But they have a wall, and Schumer knows this, and Nancy Pelosi knows this, but they just don't want to give us the victory. I know for a fact. They said, you know what, we can't let them have the wall, because that would be another campaign promise fulfilled. But I've done so many campaigns, I'm so far ahead. But we've started the wall, and it's moving, and we're going to get it, but get me some Republican votes, please. Williams voted in favor of deadly sanctuary cities, and she voted in favor of giving public benefits to illegal aliens. Oh, that's the beauty. Do the people of Montana like the idea of giving public benefits to illegals? I don't think so. I know you very well. My son is here all the time, Don. He's a big fan. He's a hunter. He's a hunter. Big fan of Greg's. Big fan of Greg's. He's a good hunter, that one. You people can't believe it. He grew up in a certain nice location in New York, like Fifth Avenue. He knows more about hunting and guns and rifles and maybe anybody here. That's a crazy thing. That's what he loves. A few people over there say I disagree with that. But he does know a lot. Greg will tell you that. But everybody has to go out and vote for Greg. And finally, it is my great honor to introduce the next United States Senator from Montana, Matt Rosendale. Come on up, Matt. Come on up. Great guy, big success, highly respected. Hey,
Good evening, Montana. President Trump is making history again here in Montana, by golly. This is his third trip to Montana, and that does set a record. This is one for the history books, again. I want to take a moment to thank our veterans and all of our military for their great service to our great nation. You kept your promises, and I will work tirelessly every day to make good on the promises that our nation made to you. Mr. President, thank you for your support and for keeping your promises to the people of Montana. You are making America great again. And if we want to keep America great, then we need everyone here to get out and vote. President Trump and all of his policies are on the line. So let's make history and retire John Tester and send President Trump the help he needs. Let's remember, it was John Tester who cast the deciding vote on Obamacare and got your premiums skyrocketing. I will never give up on repealing and replacing Obamacare. We must have health care that we can actually afford. And I will make sure to always protect those with pre-existing conditions. Remember, when John Tester talks about supporting the Second Amendment, understand that he voted for liberal judges who will take your guns away. I'm endorsed by the NRA with an A rating. And all John Tester could muster up was a D. That record speaks for itself. John Tester does not stand with us on border security. He supports amnesty, catch and release, and sanctuary cities. Well, I'm running to help our president secure the border, deport the criminals, end sanctuary cities, and build that wall. I like the wall. We're gonna build it. President Trump deserves a senator from Montana that will support his Supreme Court nominees, not oppose them 100% of the time like John Tester has done. No thanks to John Tester, we now have two good men and two great judges on the Supreme Court, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. Folks, John Tester has been too wrong for too long. We can't let John Tester and the radical liberal resistance win this November. If they win, they'll go after President Trump and his agenda. We can't let that happen. We need everyone in this hangar and across the state to get up and do their part to win this race. Ballots have dropped. I encourage everyone to please cast your vote and to turn them in as soon as possible. Tell your friends, your family, and your neighbors to get out and vote. I pledge to always put Montana first, and I will stand in strong support of President Trump because the work that he's doing really is making America great again. Thank you, Montana. Thank you, President Trump. May God bless each and every one of you and these great United States of America. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. And I have to say, a vote for Tester is a vote that really is going to count. It's going to count for you. He's replacing far left with common sense, and we really have to get out. We are looking to have some success where right now it's so impossible. We have to get Schumer and Pelosi, we have to move them around, we have to get them out. Our new star, Maxine, we have to get them out. There's a lot of bad things happening. I don't know, you see what they do, you see what they think, and you almost say, like, can it really be possible? Can somebody not care about our military? Can somebody not care about so many other things that we're doing, like taking care of our vets? I mean, can somebody not care about tax cuts? They want to raise your taxes, and they don't care about crime. Think of that. Raise your taxes, and they don't care about crime. Is that really some way to get elected? How do you do that? I would never be a politician if that were my platform, I tell you. Certainly I wouldn't be successful. But Tester says one thing to voters and then always does the exact opposite. In Washington, he talks like he's from Montana, and he votes like he's Nancy Pelosi. The only thing keeping Tester's campaign alive are millions and millions and millions of dollars from outside liberals and radical leftists who couldn't care less about Montana. They don't know anything about Montana. All they know is he's a vote for them. They don't know anything. They didn't come up here to talk to you. They just send a lot of money. It's crazy. Tester voted against tax cuts for Montana families where you benefited so much. I know how important that's been. And he voted for Obama's job-killing regulations. With those regulations, all of your energy that you take out of the ground in the cleanest way and that makes our nation wealthy, you couldn't do it. You wouldn't be allowed to do it. All of the miners that are here, all of the people that are here, all of the steel workers, you wouldn't have your jobs back. You wouldn't have jobs. We were going in the wrong direction. When I came in, we were going down. And now we just hit 4.2, and everyone's saying, how did that happen, right? GDP, 4.2. And on immigration, Tester's record can be summarized in two simple words: open borders. Open borders. Think about it. Think about it. How about this guy in California? I have to say, look, I'm sure he's a nice guy. Nice guy, young guy. They say, oh, someday he wants to be president. Oh, please, let him run. But how about this guy running for governor, California? He wants open borders, and he wants to take care of everyone's health care, everyone's medical costs, right? He wants to put more gas taxes on, where they just have a lot, but he wants to take care of everybody. So open borders, the whole world is going to go to California. And they owe about $15 zillion. They owe more money than anybody knows. It's not even possible for them. And he's asking everybody in the world, just come on in. Open borders. We're going to take care of your health care. We're going to take care of your schools. We're going to take care of everything. I mean, give me a break, right? No, I saw this platform the other day. We have a good candidate there, too. You're right. Thank you, Darren. We have a good candidate there. He's now, it's hard for a Republican to win in California because it's become like crazy. But all of a sudden, our Republicans making big progress. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in that way. But that's where Tester is coming from. He voted for amnesty for illegals.
and against the border wall on numerous occasions. He voted to let drugs in. He voted to let drugs in. That's what you're doing. You don't have the wall. You don't have a border. What you have is you have infiltration of drugs like you've never seen. We fight so hard. We just had a big victory with the post office so that we can see drugs coming in from China, fentanyl, and other places. Tester voted against Kate's Law, legislation to stop illegal aliens from repeatedly breaking into our country. This guy came in 5 times, and then you know what happened. Tester voted against enhanced vetting for refugees. I said enhanced vetting, and people said, oh, what a terrible term. I don't think it's terrible. We want to have people come into our country, but they have to come in based on merit, not based on a lottery. We need people. We need people. Our employment rate's one of the lowest, as I said, over 50 years. We need people to work in the companies. Japan, I was speaking to Prime Minister Abe the other day. They're opening up new car factories and plants in Michigan, in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in Kentucky. At my very strong urging, because we have a massive trade deficit with Japan. We have a massive trade deficit with everybody. But we're changing it. We made the great deal for your farmers with Canada and with Mexico. And every other business, by the way. And we're not going to have our companies leaving the United States anymore. They're going to stay here, and they're going to expand in our country. And Tester voted in favor of deadly sanctuary cities. He likes sanctuary cities. John Tester would rather protect criminal aliens than American citizens, which is why he needs to be voted out of office. He does. And by the way, Matt is a really successful guy, respected by everybody. I know people that knew him from 10 years ago, long before he ever thought of this. 20 years ago, just was always a high-end, really respected guy. And he's going to be a great senator for you. He's going to be a great senator. Matt Rosendale. And Matt said Tester has a D rating from the NRA. I didn't know they gave ratings that low. How can you have, okay, ready? We're in Montana. How can you have a D rating from the NRA and get votes? No, seriously. Did anyone know he had a D rating? I saw that. I said, well, that should be the end of that election. You know, there are some places you could have a D rating, I guess. But he has a D rating in Montana? I don't think that's going to last long. And he voted for liberal Obama judges who want to take away your Second Amendment. They do want to take it away, just in case you haven't figured that one out. That's a tough one. And one of the things that will be happening, you know, you're happy that we have 2 great Supreme Court justices that we just put on. You know, presidents go a long time. They never have a judge. I've had 2, and it's not even 2 years. Think of that. No, think of that. But under scenarios, we could have 2 more, 3 more, maybe 4 more. I wish everybody great health. I do. I really do. But, you know, we could have a scenario where we have more. That's why you have to be careful, because you think the 2 is good. That can get overridden very quickly. You think you're looking good, and you are. But, frankly, it can be overridden very quickly. John Tester joined the shameful Democrat mob, and we're calling it a mob now. A lot of people are calling it. These people are starting to think of it as a mob. And voted against Kavanaugh, voted against, I guess, I didn't even know. Did he vote against Justice Gorsuch? He did. How do you vote against him? Right? Top student at Harvard, top student at Columbia, top student at Oxford. And they vote against him? How do you do that? And he's just like led an impeccable life. Justice Kavanaugh, #1 in his class at Yale. I mean, these are extraordinary people, and they had a great life. Look, it's not about grades or marks, it's one thing, but these people have led incredible lives. And in the case especially of Justice Kavanaugh, the lies that were made up, the stories that came out, And he honestly, I'm pretty good at this stuff, he honestly never heard of this stuff. He never heard of it. It was a big con job. You've heard me say that. It was a con job. See, with me, they're doing con jobs too, but at least I'm sort of, that's been, my whole life I've been I expect like things like this. They're giving a big, witch hunt. They're doing a big con job, but on him, I don't think he was expecting that. When I shook his hand, I have to tell you, I've never told this, I shook his hand, and I said, Brett, congratulations, I've chosen you, and I have a list of 23 people or so that are phenomenal, top students, top everything, top judges, all judges, I think, all judges. Doesn't have to be a judge, by the way, but there's something nice about putting judges on the Supreme Court, right? I don't know, somehow, I think putting a businessman would be nice, or woman. How about a businesswoman? But something nice about you. Doesn't have to be a judge, would you believe it? But I shook his hand, I'll never forget it. I shook his hand, and I said, Brett, you're like so good educationally. You're a great scholar. You're talented, incredible wife, incredible daughters. Your life has been amazing. Don't forget, 6 checks until the 7th from the FBI. Flawless. I said, Brett, congratulations. This is going to be a piece of cake. I meant it. I said, this is going to go so fast. It's going to be so easy. You are perfect. You are something special. And he suffered. He suffered needlessly by vicious people like Feinstein, like, remember? Do you think she leaked? She leaked. She leaked. Remember that? No, I didn't leak. Remember? Senator John Cornyn, great guy from Texas, he asked a question. Did you leak? She was startled because she was unprepared. No, no. Did I? What? Did I leak? No. No, we didn't leak. No. No, we didn't leak. That was the worst body language I think I've ever seen. Remember John Lovitz, the liar. Remember John Lovitz? Yeah, I'm a businessman. That's right. I went to, I went to Harvard. Yeah, that's right. I went to Harvard. I'm a businessman. That was like a female version of John Lovitz. And then you had Spartacus, right? That's not Spartacus. I know him for a long time. I don't want to speak badly about him, though, because, I want most of these people, I think all of them, to get through the process. They're all fighting to run against us. And I don't want to hit them so hard that they don't make it. Because maybe they'll find somebody of talent. So far, there's nobody on the list. So I don't want to kill him. I don't want to do it. It's too early to be doing it. But he didn't do well at Newark, New Jersey. He ran it right the hell into the ground. And that's what he'd do with our country. So you have a lot of them. I'll go over a couple of more names, but no, I won't. How about Sleepy Joe Biden? Sleepy Joe. Remember, he challenged me to a fight, and that was fine. And when I said he wouldn't last long, he'd be down faster than Greg would take him down. He'd be down so fast. Remember? Faster than Greg. I have to go very fast. I'd have to immediately connect. But so he challenges me to a fight, and the fake news said, "Oh, isn't that cute? That's so wonderful." Remember, he says he would like to take me behind the barn if he were younger. So he challenges me to a fight, and it's fine. I said he shouldn't do that because I'd take him down so fast. And they said, "What a vicious statement made! How vicious! He's talking about fighting. What a vicious thing!" Do you believe this? That's why it's the fake news. Remember? I responded so nicely, and they made a big deal out of it, but that's okay. And John Tester led the Democrat mob in the effort to destroy the reputation of a great man, Admiral Ronnie Jackson. Now, Admiral Jackson I got to know well. He's a doctor in addition to being an admiral. He's a handsome, wonderful father. His son had just graduated, high in his class at Annapolis, incredible young man, beautiful family, incredible wife. And Tester said things about him which were a disgrace. And I say the people of Montana would not stand for it. What he said about Ronnie Jackson, he was the doctor for President Bush, for President Obama, and for President Trump. And he was high quality. And it's my fault. I said, Admiral, how would you like to head up the VA? I want somebody great. You're an admiral, you're a leader. And he's 50 years old. He never had a problem in his whole life. A little bit like Justice Kavanaugh. You know, really a very fine, high-quality, handsome guy. Never had a problem. And he said, sir, I had never thought of it, but I'll do whatever your wish is, sir. He didn't really want it. He didn't really want it. And he might not have been qualified, but here's a doctor at a high level, and he's a man that everybody respected. I saw that. And respect is so important. And I know he'd do a good job and he'd put his heart into it. He's very smart. But he said, sir, if you'd want me to do it. He really didn't. He was all set, 50 years old. He was going to get a second star. He was going to retire and go into running a big hospital system or something. He was all set. But he didn't want to disappoint me. So he said, sir, if you'd like me to do it, I will do it. I said, well, I'll tell you what, Ronnie, you'll be fantastic. He would have done a great job. And I announced that he was going to be my choice. And he was attacked so viciously, so violently by John Tester like I've never seen before. True. All lies, all made up stuff. Remember knocking at somebody's door at 2 o'clock in the morning. Remember that? Knocking. And I checked with Secret Service. Did that happen? No, sir, it didn't. They checked it. Sir, that didn't happen. They came in. I want to know. Sir, it didn't happen. Didn't even come close to happening. I think he wasn't even there. They made up a series of lies that were horrible. And John Tester led the group. That's really why I'm here. It's not that we need the vote so badly. I think we're going to do very nicely in the Senate, I hope. I think we should pick up seats. But I have, first of all, I have a lot of respect for the man that's running, Matt. But also I'm here because I can never forget what John Tester did to a man that's of the highest quality. You would have loved this man in this state. He'd be one of you. He'd be one of you. And so I said, I got to come. I got to come here. I got to help because what he did was unfair. What he did was vicious. What he did was as they did with Judge Kavanaugh. Same thing. Same thing. Almost, if this is believable, worse. And he sat and he didn't know what hit him. He didn't know what hit him. To which I originally said, welcome to the world of Washington, D.C. Isn't this a lovely place? But this was an innocent, wonderful man who's led a life that's incredible, and he was so badly hurt. And so I had to come here and tell you that story. What happened, and we've had it checked out so carefully, and the Secret Service guys are fantastic, and I wanted a full report. I wanted a full report. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, special man. Tester doesn't share your values. He shares the values of the Feinsteins and the Cory Bookers, and how about Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren. You know, the one good thing about her test is that there was so little. She had less than the average American. I used to say, I have more Indian blood in me than she does, and I have none. I used to say that. And I was right. But the only good thing she did, I think she probably disqualified because she made a fool out of herself, but I think the only good thing she did, I can't call her Pocahontas anymore. Right? I came up with the name Pocahontas, and they once said, you must apologize for that. I said, why? Well, it's not nice what you're doing. I said, okay, I'd like to apologize to the real Pocahontas. But not to the fake Pocahontas. Not to the fake Pocahontas. But it's true, she has so little Indian, but she has none, that I cannot call her Pocahontas anymore. But if you don't mind, I'll continue. Do you mind? Because it'll show everybody what a phony she is. If you vote to elect a Republican House and a Republican Senate, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut your regulations, raise your income, and make our country great again. That's happening. We will protect Medicare and Social Security. And Democrats will destroy your Social Security, and they will destroy your Medicare. We will continue confirming judges who interpret the Constitution as written. We will fully secure the border. We will pass Kate's Law, stop sanctuary cities, stop catch and release, end visa lottery, end chain migration. And we will keep the criminal drug dealers and terrorists the hell out of our country. We will lift millions of our citizens from welfare to work, dependence to prosperity. For years you watched as your leaders apologized for America. They apologized. Now you have a president who is standing up and proud, but standing up for America. We are standing up for your values. We are standing up for Montana. And we are proudly standing up for our great national anthem. But to continue this incredible momentum, I need you to get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your coworkers, and get out and vote for Greg Gianforte and Matt Rosendale. These are great people. A vote for a Republican Congress is a vote for more jobs, more wealth, and more products made right here, like the old days, in the USA. It is a vote to respect our laws and to respect the heroes of law enforcement. They do a great job. And a vote for Republicans is a vote to reject the Democrat politics of hatred and anger and division, and to celebrate the greatness and the glory of being American. Loyal citizens like you help build this country. And together we are taking back our country, returning power to you, the American people. And that's what's happening. That's what happened almost 2 years ago. This great state was settled by tough pioneer men and even tougher pioneer women. By the way, they keep saying, will he do well with women? Remember last time they said the same thing. We did very well with women. I think I probably won because of women. I hate to tell you, men. Remember, now they're starting the same thing. It's like a replay. Will he do well? Women, by the way, what do they want? They want security, both real security and economic security. They don't want to have criminals all over the place. They want to be able to have a great family and raise a great family. They want great education for their family and their kids. I'm the one that gives you that. They don't give it to you on the other side, folks. And we're giving you already better choices for health care. I got rid of the individual mandate, which is the worst thing in Obamacare. And we're running the remnants of Obamacare before it expires completely. And you notice your premiums are going up less than they've ever gone up. because we're doing a real job. We had the votes to repeal and replace, and somebody disappointed us a little bit. But we'll get another shot. I'll tell you what, as Matt said, it will happen. Get us a couple of votes. But these are pioneer women who braved the wilderness and defied the dangers to build a life and a home and a family. These are great women. The men are okay too. Not great, but they're okay. The men are okay. What the? The women are exceptional. They didn't have a lot of money. They didn't have a lot of luxury. But they all had one thing in common. They loved their families, they loved their country, and they loved their God. Right? These courageous Montana patriots did not shed their blood, sweat, and tears so that we could sit at home while others tried to erase their legacy and destroy our proud, proud, proud American heritage. Didn't do it. For the sake of our freedom and for the sake of our children, we are going to work, we are going to fight, and we are going to win, win, win. Remember, I told you that. Been telling you that for a long time. We're winning again. Our country is respected again. I can tell you, I meet the leaders of other countries. They say, Mr. President, congratulations. You know that we have the hottest economy, as big as we are. We were going down. We have the hottest economy on earth. People are moving back in. We're winning again. We're respected again. We will not bend. We will not break. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never surrender. And we will always fight on to victory. Because we are American and our hearts bleed red, white, and blue. You know that. We are one people. We are one family. And we are one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Montana. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, thank you to all of you who watched the President Trump rally in Missoula, Montana, here on Fox News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. My name is Pilar Arias. The president, well, according to his schedule, he's got about 40 minutes to get back on Air Force One and then head right here to Phoenix, Arizona. He should be arriving at Sky Harbor International Airport at 9:35 local time. So that'll be in just a few hours. Hope you all are having a fabulous evening. We will Facebook Live that arrival on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page.
to the Chelsea drug.
All right, everybody, we are preparing for Fox 10 Extra News at 7. If you're here in the state of Arizona, that's Channel 45, Cable 9. Please join us on air. If you're going to stay here with News Now, we appreciate that. If you're going to double screen, watch both TV and News Now, we really appreciate that. You will get to see my News Now set live hits right here. I will also record how it looks on television, so you can watch that too. Meanwhile, if you just want to see how it looks on TV, head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live. You can catch that there.
About the president's speech tonight about John Tester was how personal it is with him. He made a point of saying, you know, I think we could do without that vote. We're probably going to pick up some seats in the Senate. But the worst thing is what he did to Ronnie Jackson, the president's favored nominee to head the VA. And he was very upfront about that. I was a little surprised at how he really emphasized that with him. He really wants to get back at Tester over the Ronnie Jackson nomination.
Walk your properties. There will be many hunters in the area in the upcoming weekend and daily. Check your cabins, walk your land, and report anything you feel is important to us.
All right, everyone. Fox 10 Extra News at 7 is on. Please join us. Channel 45, Cable 9. All right, everybody, I'm hearing I'm next, so hello. Hope you're having a fabulous evening. Yeah, Mark, Christina, it certainly feels like the entire nation is looking out for 13-year-old Jamie Kloss. As the search continues, the Barron County Sheriff confirmed both her parents died of gunshot wounds and that Jamie was home at the time. With more than 400 tips pouring into the Barron County Sheriff's Department and hundreds of law enforcement agents on the ground conducting secondary searches near the Kloss home on Highway 8 just outside of Barron, still not a trace has been found of Jamie. A next-door neighbor tells local Fox 9 News out there she heard 2 gunshots early Monday morning but saw nothing else. Police responded to a mysterious 911 call within 4 minutes, but Jamie was already gone. Clearly frustrated with the lack of answers, Barron County Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald pleaded with the community to keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Walk your properties. There will be many hunters in the area in the upcoming weekend and daily. Check your cabins, walk your land, and report anything you feel is important to us. You will never know if it will help to bring Jamie home unless you call.
As investigators scour Jamie's social media accounts and speak with family and friends, the community is feeling helpless and on edge. A private town hall was organized by the sheriff himself outside of town in Rice Lake at a conference center. The idea was to give Barron County residents a place to connect and assess how everyone is holding up. We'll continue to monitor this story and bring you any updates. Back to you. All right, everybody. Mama Bear signing on. I'll let you know. I just remembered the Thursday. Yeah, that's right. Animal-related stories that I'm going to show next on Fox 10 Extra News at 7. Well, guess what? One of them I cannot show you on the stream, so unfortunately you're not going to be able to see my Thursday videos. I am so sorry about that, but if you'd like, you can watch on television, channel 45, cable 9. And matter of fact, I told you all to go to fox10phoenix.com/live, but I don't know if the extra shows are on there. Somebody want to head on over and let me know? All right, everybody, let's watch together how my first live hit from the News Now set on Fox 10 Extra News at 7 went. And then you have your choice between the White House, the Capitol, or Times Square. Let me know what you'd like to see. Yeah, Mark, Christina, it certainly feels like the entire nation is looking out for 13-year-old Jamie Kloss. As the search continues, the Barron County Sheriff confirmed both her parents died of gunshot wounds and that Jamie was home at the time. With more than 400 tips pouring into the Barron County Sheriff's Department and hundreds of law enforcement agents on the ground conducting secondary searches near the Kloss home on Highway 8 just outside of Barron, still not a trace has been found of Jamie. A next-door neighbor tells local Fox 9 News out there she heard 2 gunshots early Monday morning but saw nothing else. Police responded to a mysterious 911 call within 4 minutes, but Jamie was already gone. Clearly frustrated with the lack of answers, Barron County Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald pleaded with the community to keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Walk your properties. There will be many hunters in the area in the upcoming weekend and daily. Check your cabins, walk your land, and report anything you feel is important to us. You will never know if it will help to bring Jamie home unless you call.
As investigators scour Jamie's social media accounts and speak with family and friends, the community is feeling helpless and on edge. A private town hall was organized by the sheriff himself outside of town in Rice Lake at a conference center. The idea was to give Barron County residents a place to connect and assess how everyone is holding up. We'll continue to monitor this story and bring you any updates. Back to you. friendly reminder, everybody, if you like tonight's President Trump rally in Missoula, Montana, he is currently on his way right here to the Phoenix area, Phoenix, Arizona, where he's got a jam-packed day tomorrow. Matter of fact, I heard he's got an event prior to his Mesa, Arizona rally at Gateway Airport. We will have all your President Trump coverage right here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. The event for the rally itself has already been created. I shared that link on Facebook today and on the YouTube chat. I'll make sure to do it on Twitter right now as well as we wrap up the day. But please join us tomorrow. That's going to do it for us here on News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com for tonight. We promise to be back tomorrow, everybody. Trust Fox 10 Phoenix and Fox News Now for all of your President Trump in Arizona coverage, whether you watch us on air, online, or both. We appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you again real soon. Take care and be safe.